so many birds. It's a lot of birds. Oh, hello, welcome back. Yeah, I was just noticing that just as I was getting started recording, because my camera swung around. There was one day a few weeks back where I walked outside and it was just it's a cacophony of noise. And I looked up and the trees were like completely black because they were infested with absolutely nothing except for blackbirds, I think. I don't think they were crows. Yep, lots of birds. Okay, anyway, what the hell was I doing? Oh, yeah. There's an item there. There's actually a few things to clean up. Just a few things to clean up. Speaking of cleaning up, I was cleaning my toilet earlier today. Which is why I sound so harrowed, is because I barely survived it. Just got through folding towels, so I'm in a great mood. Anyways, there are a couple of items that I have missed. I was going to go over those real fast before we tinkle-toe ourselves over there to do combat with Godrick. Also, yeah, that stuff that I was like, it's probably doo-doo. It's probably just moss. Which unfortunately is way less interesting than it being doo-doo, but you know. There's the bridge that I was going across. So it's like, I want to go across the reverse way, not the correct way, because then there's this booty hole, and he steps out and he stabs you in the back, and you know, there's those two knights right there. Anyways, this is also the area where I was like, well, this is the place where you get ambushed whenever you're first coming up. And there's nothing over there, so I'm not going to bother. There's one thing over here, which usually FromSoft does an okay job at least allowing you to, like, see some glimmer that an item is in that location. They don't do a very good job of it here, because this is, even if you're standing up there looking directly down, you can't see this. Arbalest. Why is Arbalest? Why is Arbalest? Also, I got that. I'll talk about that in a second. Large crossbow made from composite materials. One of the largest of all bolt-firing devices. Its limbs are more pliable than metallic ones, allowing bolts fired from this weapon to pierce even helms forged of steel. Ooh. So not too interesting. Also, this is a hand ballista, an unconventional ballistic device modeled on a weapon used to besiege castles. Indeed. Only capable of firing great bolts, which I've seen a couple of people learn the hard way. Perfect for reckless acts such as storming a castle or facing an entire army alone. Not... Alright, yeah, sure, why not? That was on top. Because believe me, since I can't actually advance anything beyond what I've showed you on film, the only thing that I can actually do is either play another character, but not so far as it's something I've seen before, or I have not seen before, or I can go back to pre-existing areas where I have accomplished pretty much everything and there's just nothing to do anymore, and just wander around and hope that I find something. And this time I did, in the sense that I forgot that I never did this. But the Forest Lookout Tower, at the very top of it is this particular little hand ballista thing. Ballista. There's not much to say about that area. There's a bunch of poison flowers that you have to go through. You can just ignore them. Just roll through on your horsey horse. Pat his head, telling me he's a good horse. Then you hop off, and there's a couple of dogs and a guy. You kill them, then you climb 2 ladders, and you're at the top. It's the exact same model as, like, this model over here at Tower Return. But it might be a little bit different. But it looks very, very similar. And there's not much to say about the lore of the area. It's just called the Forest Lookout Tower. What is its job? It is a Forest Lookout Tower. So probably the exact same function that I hypothesized the Tower Return had. So nothing to say about that. So that is complete. Mission complete. Also, I got really angry getting over here because you have to go through all those rats in the secret area, climb up the ladder, and then fight those 2 guys. And the rats kept biting me, and I've complained enough about them. Just, you know, if they want to attack you, they're going to attack you. And there's not much you can do about it, because rats are one of the other broken beast-type enemies. And those 2 knights up there wanted to shove things in my body, and I didn't much care for it. And even though I snuck up behind them, one of them decided to just turn around because he just wanted to see me. Anyways, I think it's here. Something that people have been pointing out in the last... People kept doing this format of comment. I don't know if anyone's mentioned it, but... And then they would follow with, it's the gatekeeper, whatever his name is. Gatekeeper Gustok. Gustok? I don't know. But the kind of insidious, like, maybe evil, but maybe also nice guy that's in front of the gate that's like, open the gate, no one! And then no one turns the dial that's next to the gate, and that opens the gate. He tells the ghost, the invisible ghost. That guy is the one that actually locks you inside of that room with the knight, and it's not Patches. Even though he sounds, like, remarkably similar to Patches, like, almost completely identical. So, kind of weird. Also, as people have pointed out, the reason why I was losing runes is because very, very specifically, only here in Stormveil Castle does that actually happen. As far as I know. It could happen elsewhere. But I think he steals something like 15% or something. Sometimes. I've noticed that sometimes nothing happens. So what the rules are on that, I have no idea. But the inconsistency of it really made me think that there has to be some sort of mechanic where if you have too many, then the game will just take some from you. Like, I couldn't figure it out. But anyways, that makes more sense now. It's one of those neat little factoids that probably, like, 2 years from now, everyone knows that. It's so obvious. Whereas on release day, it's more like, what? Oh, is that a thing? And all the Souls games always have little things like that. Okay. Let's see if I can remember how to get over here. But I also got... See that ladder right there? That's supposed to be your hint that something's over there. There's a ladder. There is a ladder to a magical place. Also, you can use this rubble over here, which is nice. That almost seems like a Dark Souls pathway. Whereas so many of the pathways in this game are more just, you know, jump an inconsiderate amount. Yeah, thanks for doing that in my back, you fucking asshole. God, I hate these things. Also, if you can't notice, I'm going back to using this stupid scythe. Because, unfortunately... Smithing Stone 2. Exile Armor. I have nothing to do but kill these guys over and over again. I have sold and probably now have still so many pieces of Exile Armor and gear. Oh, I have also farmed out the entire set of Banished Knight Armor. I have the Great Sword, 2 of the Great Swords, and 2 of... Well, I don't have 2 of the Halberds yet. Because later on in the Lakes area, which will probably be next episode or the one after that, we'll get it from a Phantom drop. Which some people have complained about because it shows up as a +8. And if you're trying to be an invader, invaders always have really noble pursuits. But if you're trying to be an invader, that can ruin your matchmaking because it's dropping you a +8 of something. Really? Just one? Only one noble bald eagle? Whatever. But anyways, it was right here. Boom. Just pretend I just picked it up. And that will be the Claw Talisman. Which I've been making fun of most of these, like all these kind of generic looking bronze things, whatever you want to call them. Most of these are almost completely worthless. This one, I am not certain, but if I had the wager a guess, probably is actually pretty good. I have not tried it, though. Claw Talisman. A talisman depicting a claw and an assassin. Enhances jump attacks. Because assassins hide in the bushes like, you know, kitty cats. And then they jump out like, and then they claw you. And, that's the story of Claw Talisman. Oh, sorry. The assassins of Ravenmount are killers by trade. What the hell's Ravenmount? They sell their victims while dressed as birds of prey. Ravenmount? What the hell's Ravenmount? Is it this location? Is that a Ravenmount assassin? It looks more like just a guy. That's one of the problems with having generic corpses as everything, because You could just, like, have it... I guess it could be just a commenter that found something. So it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but, ooh, could be better. Also, of note, since this is such a good view, boy howdy, did something really take off the edges of those towers. Again, what exactly that was, I don't know. And there were some that looked like gashes. It looks like either something with big monstrous claws tore through it, or something was, like, showing up from this direction, like flying, and it scarred the edges as it was going down. Although, considering that's a cylinder-shaped object, that would be pretty unbelievable, I would say. So, what exactly is going on with this castle, I still don't know, and may not know forever. But big tree. Big tree. Ooh. Hello, distant objects. That could look better. I'll just throw my cell phone back behind me onto that big stack of towels that I forgot that I need to fold. That'll be fun to realize again later on today. Some people have actually suggested that the holes in the walls are actually were created by falling meteorites. Because later on there is a character that will be involved with supposedly like holding up things that are in the sky that will cause things to fall. How much of that is true, I don't know. But all the same, one of the more interesting things about this... Hold on, let me see. Yes, that's the... Okay, most of the holes that we have seen look like they were on this side. And they are all across this side as well, which makes them look like they have come from this direction. Which would align with this side as well, because that also would have to have come from this direction. Although that, again, doesn't really explain the weird giant claw mark things. It could be that maybe something did fall from the sky. Maybe it was a meteorite shower, and the weird thing that we're supposedly going to fight today, maybe, maybe not, the horrible, horrible little naughty demon boy. Get up there. I want more. I could just use like Flame of Frenzy to kill those things, but I would rather use the opportunity to complain about the fact that a melee user doesn't really have much of an opportunity to kill a bunch of... That's the funny thing about it. Like, someone that doesn't use magic will have to rely more on items, right? But magic users actually have an easier time gathering items because they can come across an area like that, or a herd of animals, and just blast them all at once. Whereas a melee user has to, like, run up and try to hit them, and then they run away. And if they're lucky, they might get, like, one. I mean, they could just ride around on horseback trying to kill everything, but it'll take absolutely forever. Okay, so that is complete. Hello, Bloodstain. Hello, Operational Stacks. That is a good detail, because that should, I think, be the kitchen area. So the fact that they are heating up and doing some cooking is a good sign. Okay. Let's see. That is done. That is done. Oh, the statue that was down here. Remember I was pointing out you'd have to attract a giant. It's not worth the time. I did that because I have plenty of time on my hands. As far as, like, when I have time to play Elden Ring, I can't do anything, so it's like, well, may as well do this. I shattered it and recorded my findings. And my findings were that once I cracked that puppy open, I got 5 smithing stone 1s, which isn't bad, I guess, and a single smithing stone 2. And that's it. So, not really worth the bother. Not really worth the bother. Oh well. Okay. So, I guess we can go try to murder Godrick, I suppose. And I'll try to get a few things done there, and try my best not to screw up any NPC questlines. Try my best, my absolute best. Gosh, it's so dark in there. It's crazy dark. Let me set it to being the very beginning of morning. Just because that'll be nice. That'd be nice. Okay. Someone did mention... Oh, that was weird. Took a while. Someone did mention that I questioned this before, and I was like, yes, of course that's true. When someone mentioned it in the comments, I do this a lot. Where I'm like, why is that a thing? And then someone will mention it in the comments, and I'll remember, yes, I knew that, but my brain didn't. Like one of those things. It's rattling around in there, and the moment that someone says it, like a bunch of other things unlock. But anyways, a king consort basically just is a way of saying that he's king, but he married into being a king. So he was supposedly a nobody, or, nobleman, whatever. And he was not part of any royal lineage, or he could have been, just not this one. And then whenever, in this case, who was king consort? I can't even remember who it was. It may have been Godrick or Godfrey. I don't remember. Whoever it was that I was talking about was a king consort. So he apparently married the queen, and the queen was the actual royalty. And I have absolutely no clue what item it was that I was reading. It probably doesn't matter. But let's summon in Nifley. Oh, wait. Status. I'll show you my stats. I'm level 76 and about to do Godrick. Yeah. When I say that I haven't had much to do besides just farm, like I killed this guy a bunch. Oh, let me tell you. I did 2 farming bits. Like this, I killed all those giants in this area. This is the spot if you want to actually gain runes. If you're locked like I am to these 2 areas for a very long time, you keep looking for new ways to make runes that are better than this because you get real tired of killing those giants. Nope, it's still the best way. And I tried killing this guy over and over, and he does drop a little bit more runes. But he has way more health than the other ones do, and he has these 2 idiots next to him. So it just takes a while. So I gave up on that. Also, I farmed out a bunch of smithing stones, although now I only have 16, because I actually upgraded a ton of weapons. Is she gonna show up? There she is. Hello, lady. She's my girlfriend now. I forged up a bunch of things. I got the Godslayer seal up to +7, which is nice. Oh, goddamn you, Wing Scythe. You're so numerically good. I hate... If it just looked like something else. Some people don't care. Like, if the best weapon in the game is just, like, a big floppy dildo that has a honking clown face on it, and every time you bop someone on the head, it's like, and then it sprays you in the face with water, and that buffs you and raises your damage even more. Some people don't care. They don't give a shit. They will wear the biggest clown outfit in the world if it means having the big number. Me, I have a really hard time getting behind any weapon if I don't like the way that it looks. If it turns me into a clown shoe factory, then I'm not gonna like it. Wing Scythe, do not like the fact that it has literal wings on the top of it. It looks idiotic to me, so I have a really hard time getting behind it. Even though it is a really good weapon. Like, it is a really good weapon. Like, it's AR. I've only upgraded the damn thing up to +2. Like, I'm at 312 now. It's really hard for me to find anything that's even remotely close to that. I upgraded the Cypherpeta. As you can see, its AR is actually pretty middling. You can get through blockers using this, though. That's like the one advantage. The sword that's like this, that has no like weight and is purely faith-based, it also has terrible AR scaling, but it does that same thing. I wanted to upgrade torches, but I'll do that later. I didn't get to upgrade a shield yet. Did I upgrade that? No, I didn't upgrade the steel dagger. And I didn't upgrade any swords because I didn't really see any point in it. I did upgrade the Great Epee, but its AR also leaves a little bit to be desired. I upgraded a couple of Grossmasters, and then I realized I could have swore that before this latest patch that all the curved swords did bleed damage. I don't know why I had that in my head. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I just dimension hopped or something, and I'm in a new dimension. You know. But yeah, none of them cause bleed damage other than, like, one that I'm gonna get way later on. I could have swore they did bleed damage. Anyways, so of course that leaves... I was thinking about this. There were basically 3 categories of things that cause bleed damage, like weapons in this game. There is... like... there are really stumpy things, like Cestus, spiked Cestus anyways, or hook claws, or, you know, something like that, or like even, like a Morning Star, like I have the Sacred Morning Star here. It's okay, but it's just so short range. And that's the problem with a lot of weapons, is that this game has such huge enemies that are leaping all over the place, it's really hard to do anything with weapons this small. Especially whenever they're also very slow, comparatively. To the enemies, anyways. So there's the short, stumpy ones. There are the laughably idiotic-looking ones. Which would be like the Bloodborne wheel sort of weapon. And there's a couple of other ones that are like a big trident that looks ridiculous. Like, there's a very scant amount of them. And that's just about it, as far as those go. And then there's the third one, which is, of course, Japanese weapons. So, like, all the katanas, all the greater-sized, like a wakizashi for some reason, even though it's an offhand parrying instrument, for God knows what reason, has bleed on it for some reason. The naginata, I think, also has it, which I don't mind that one. That's an okay-looking halberd, so not going to complain too much. I think a couple of Twin Blades use them, but I consider Twin Blades to also be stupid-looking, so whatever. Bloodhound Fang is one of the few cases where the weapon itself is not at all realistic-looking, exactly. There are some weapons that sort of look like this, but it's not too bothersome. So, your options are very limited whenever you want to do bleed damage to something. That's all I'm getting at. A lot of dumb-looking weapons in these games. But anyways, yeah, I actually upgraded a lot of things. I even upgraded this stupid torch pole, which I somewhat regret because, wow, that's a bad weapon. It scales very badly, it doesn't stagger anything, and for some reason, even though it just pokes forward and nothing else, it misses a lot, and I don't know what it is. One of the downsides to the hitboxes being pornographically accurate is also that the hitboxes are pornographically inaccurate as well. I really would like to use... I got this. The Golem's... Yeah, that's one other thing. Golem's Halberd. A great halberd of black stone crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin, wielded by the Guardian Golem. Also, I got the... Golem Greatbow. Greatbow of black stone, crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin, weapon of the Guardian Golem. Black stone. Not sure what that means. Could, again, be related to weird wall dragons, I have no idea. Extremely heavy, this great bow requires enormous strength just to draw, suggesting it was not designed for human use. So not much to go on there, but I did that by starting here, which we unlocked already, going down, fighting all 3 of the golems that are here, and they respawn, so we're not missing much there. But they also drop that, and then you take the teleporter, and that's the reason why this is visible now. And there was nothing down here except for, like, feathered pinions, I think, were the drops, so there's nothing to be missed on there. I did, however, there is one item that I need to pick up here. You can always tell it's an actually important item because it's, like, glowing purple instead of blue. I do need to pick that up, which I would do now, but unfortunately I've already summoned her, and we wouldn't want to be rude, would we? He said, having sit here in front of the boss fog this entire time. Okay, should I bring him? Who should I bring? Also, I upgraded a bunch of my ashes. Unfortunately, the things that upgrade ashes are not farmable. They're just placed items that you pluck from a plant once and then it never respawns, which is annoying. Also, I was trying to mention this. In the process of upgrading all these weapons, I had to do a lot of farming. Stop it. I had to do a lot of farming in the Limgrave tunnels. A lot of farming. And by the way, I said maybe they seems like they upgraded the drop rate on the smithing stones from like 1% up to like 10 or something. No, it's more like 2. The drop rate is still really, really bad. Like, I usually would go like 5 or 6 different runs of killing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 5 enemies down there at the very start before you have to teleport back. And I would usually have to do about 5 or 6 or something runs before one of them would drop anything at all. It's pretty insufferable. So the income on smithing stones, as I've been over, is still incredibly terrible. Anyway, so let's go fight Godrick, I guess. Let's go watch our pretty pink princess's special cutscene about how great and amazing he is.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir.
He doesn't know we're here.
Lend me thy strength, O kindred.
I think he just does this all the time.
Deliver me unto greater heights.
He's got like one nasty finger.
Well.
Supposedly his axe is good.
Lowly tarnished.
This got to be a big tablecloth he's wearing.
Plain as a lord.
Dude, I just got here. You don't know me.
I command thee, kneel.
No.
I am the lord of all that is golden.
I think that little lion on his axe was like, ow, my head. Sorry. Alright, I command thee, kneel. Yes, yes, indeed. Alright. Ah, I thought I rolled. I actually have fought this guy a few times in co-op, helping other people out. I don't like the fact that he just gets that wind effect around him. Because he can kind of just do whatever he wants to in that regard. Alright, calm down. Man, he's doing a lot of damage to my spirit fellows. Are you gonna let me... Oh, there we go. Because, hey... also, he has kind of a shit ton of health as a result of me doing all these summons. You can't do any damage when he's doing this. Oh, I stubbed my fucking toe! Don't worry. That wasn't his fapping on. He's good. I can still fap. I still have vitality in me. Truest of dragons, he says.
Lend me thy strength.
I like how he doesn't even really rip it off or sever it or anything. The game's just like, no, let's just cut away. Forefathers one and all. So like multiple forefathers? I think you can... Sometimes he doesn't quite manage to jump over that. Ooh, I thought I got over that. Like that. Not a big fan of that. Man, I cannot see what's going on with this camera. Damn it, should have rolled the other way. Yeah, I think he got my summon. Oh, for God's sakes. I'm gonna have to start relying on my shield. It's kind of ridiculous. Good grief. Yep, he's a bit of a problem. Well, down she goes. Yeah, I'm rolling too soon. This is actually the most problem I've ever had with him, to be honest. Let's move away from this area. Oh, it actually breaks through the tombstones. Oh, of course he can just keep doing it until he gets his way. It's adorable. Are you going to use it? More and more I've noticed that the game sometimes will just not respond to my inputs. I'm not sure what's going on. I can't see what's... I cannot see. And I can't move either. Wonder if I can make it. Probably not. Nope. What the fuck's that shit? Did you see? Isn't he dead? Well, no, he may not be dead. I don't know. Let me use this opportunity, actually, to go grab that item while I'm thinking about it. Ah, good. Kind of glad. Because otherwise I would have to, like, talk about shit. This gives me a chance to take care of this thing. I love itemizing things and then checking them off. Like all artists. And I actually am not... I don't really remember what this is. It's probably actually nothing important. Purple. Purple. I like the color. Bolt Drake Talisman. Oh, yeah. So it's just another one of these. Yeah, it's one of the long line of these little duties. The ancient dragons who ruled the prehistoric era before the Air Tree would protect their lord as a living rock, once again. And so it is the shape of the dragon because of like all manner of protections. Boost lightning again. Yep. So, as far as lore purposes, nah, not really important. So, back over here. Maybe this time... No. I think actually summoning in your guys does not really affect anything. Let's do something that is not... maybe the jellyfish, actually. It's probably terrible, because I've never had really good experiences with the jellyfish, but I'll give it a whirl. Need something that's ranged. I think that Nifley, or whatever her name is, she probably threw the match just because she was furious with me making her wait this whole time. Come on. No, I'm serious this time. I won't stand around talking. My bad. And of course, now that he managed to bitch out a win by fucking up my camera, his arm regrew. He put the dragon's head back. Thank you, dragon head. Thank you, ancestors one and all. No problem. Oh, it didn't use it. Yeah, if you don't have clearance, sometimes your guy just won't use it. God, I hate that move. Like any move that just like, I get free damage. I showed up. Like that. I dodged his big weapon move, but he still backhands me anyways. Not that I'm playing this perfectly or anything. Whoops. Damn. It is kind of a shame that the NPCs can't actually, like, riposte or anything. No. Ouchies. I wonder how many arms he has. Because it seems like he has like 5 on one shoulder. I'm not sure how useful that actually is.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Considering that he refers to this as truest of dragons, I wonder if this is one of the most ancient versions of the dragons, the ones that supposedly became a stone. Or if this is one of the first iterations that came after. Either way, it's still the generic dragon. Looks like it has that rod on its body. Tank it, jellyfish. Good job. Oh, for God's sakes, the fucking spears. Lost one of my casts on this stupid spear. Miss Lou's not doing so great. Yeah, she's gonna die pretty fast. This is the easiest way to bitch this out, though. Well, she still has a little bit of fight left in her, but not for long. Ooh, I actually went through that. Well, down she goes. Oh, really? Well, there goes that roll. Really? From that far away? Go fuck yourself. God, these modern FromSoft bosses. Whatever. Go get him, jellyfish. I actually forgot about it. I wanted to kind of briefly mention jellyfishes today. But for now, we'll kill Godrick with my completely busted character. Oh, the jellyfish got him.
All that is golden.
I'm over here casting with no FP.
We'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Okay. I'm the Lord of all is good, etc. One day we will return together. Which makes it sound as though... Now, as far as I know, the whole Rune of Death being stolen thing is still in effect. I don't know if it's just the person with the ability to do it can kill demigods, or like now that I have killed this demigod, if they just don't have immortality anymore and they can't go back. I don't know. Also, the fact that the Erd Tree, or sorry, the Elden Ring itself has been shattered. From what I gather, the Elden Ring, since it is the thing that originates the Golden Order and all this other stuff, that is somehow linked to the cycle of reincarnation, or cycling souls back through the Erd Tree. So I don't know if the whole stealing of the Rune of Death thing was used to shatter the Elden Ring, or if that was something that just happened right after. Like, I'm still not sure what the correlation between those two things is, because I'm certain there's information that probably comes much later. But maybe that's kind of the power of the Tarnished, is that we are sort of circumventing this problem by just never really dying at all. Somehow. I don't know how we do that at all. Like, I really have no clue. And maybe that's the reason why Godrick was so concerned about actually grafting us onto his body. Because if he has, like, a tarnished body, then presumably that will allow him to be able to survive things better, have greater power, etc. I suppose. Also, someone mentioned this. I was kind of curious, where exactly are all these arms and stuff going to? And I completely forgot about it. But, you know, in the room where all the arms and stuff are hanging down, that's where we also encountered a grafted scion. And, of course, a scion, of course, is the, what do they call it? Like, root stock. It's the root stock of... No. The scion is like a combination of a root stock, which is literally the stock of roots, the sort of the base of a plant that grants it energy, of course. And you graft the very close species. Sometimes you can graft something that's a completely different species, but not usually. onto whatever that rootstock is, and if it actually takes and forms a new plant, it usually takes on the characteristics of whatever the rootstock happened to be. So, that whole thing is then referred to as being a scion. So Godrick himself, I guess in that sense, would also be a scion, but his rootstock, if you can call it such, would be himself, which would mean that the tarnished body parts would then take on the characteristics of what he is. So how effective of a job they were doing, I have no idea. Again, I'm not quite sure what he was doing, but it didn't seem to help him out too much. Also, his icon for his soul is just fucking nuts. Just all those arms just flailing everywhere. Also, I can't remember if I bought it or not. Patches has that item that allows you to... Yes, Margit Shackle. I never actually used this. A fetish bathed in golden magic to bind the prison. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular omen under strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestige power. One tree mark Magnolia falling short of time. Omens. That's all it does? Alright. Well, I guess it's more effective if... it's used on Margit. I wonder if it actually works on the... Remember last time I said that I was going to farm... And boy, it took a while. An Omen Cleaver. I thought I had two. I guess not. Omen Cleaver. Heavy-bladed curved sword of colossal size awarded to Omen, again, as a tool of war. This weapon is made to take advantage of brute strength. The pattern etched upon the blade is a remnant of a deteriorative malediction. Indeed, when bestowing a weapon, preparations must be made for taking it away. So the runes that are etched on it is a means of actually somehow allowing you to remove it from the grip of whatever it was given to, as though you don't trust the person. So remember the big, stupid ogre thing? That was like, I hate it when big, fat, like, ridiculous-looking enemies can do, like, kung fu moves, and he was rolling around on the ground, like, doing kicks and doing backflips and shit, cartwheels, riding on a unicycle, and so on. That dude apparently was an omen. In addition to being... Usually I see it referred to as being an ogre. But I guess maybe an omen is just the result of a process, maybe? I don't know. What are the commonalities between Margit and that thing? They both look pretty fucked up. And they both have the weird little horns growing out of their bodies in different places. So maybe the blacksmith that is back at the Round Table Hold is also an omen? I don't know. I get tired of saying I don't know to things, and that's the reason why I kind of wish I'd just beaten the game before I was trying to do all this. But here we are. Hello, floating piece of rubble. Hello. It's a living. This area is pretty well cleaved out. There's a pit of infinite death below us. And it does look like something like went through this area and then shattered and went down here. Maybe. Same sort of smoking ruin in this area as well. I'll just hop over you, Mr. Dragon. Yep, same deal. Of course, video games, it's just supposed to be a boss room perimeter. So whether that has any meaning or not, I don't know. Considering they have a wall, I don't see why they would bother unless it was lore-related in some way. But all the same, supposedly there's supposed to be an item here. I think one of those stupid grapes. Or maybe it's just beyond this area. I've never actually explored this area, so this is all brand new to me. No, nothing over here. I wouldn't expect there to be an item. Yeah, but it doesn't look like there's anything particularly unique as far as this goes. So I'll look at Mr. Dragonface, then we'll move on. Because there's not too many things I want to accomplish in this particular part. Because I think I need to play through in one or two places. Okay, so this dragon looks like it was knocked out of the sky or something, and then plummeted and plunged onto this statue. And then slid its way down dead. And it's just been this way ever since. It would be hard to imagine something actually spearing it onto this thing with force, unless it was one of those giants. Yeah, its head is now torn off as a result of fighting good old Godrick. How many toes you got, buddy? 1, 2, 3, 4. And a little bitty thummy on the side, so 5. 5 toes. Gah. And it also looks like it has the same sort of long, spiny protrusions that the Omen or whatever also have. So maybe they are the result of some sort of experimentation in trying to turn themselves into dragons. Which is something that has come up once or twice. Let's rest at this little grace point. No, still nothing. Tell you, that lady does not want to talk to me. Oh, what we got here? There's the boy. He was stealing shit from me.
Pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godrick, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
You show him, buddy. I don't know, it's kind of hard to stay mad at him. I wouldn't say that he's, like, even though he's been stealing runes and trying to lock you into corridors, especially considering that I was like his one hope, then that was probably his worst move, trying to get me killed. But I kind of get it. It's not exactly all in good fun, but I wouldn't overtly say that he's straight up just a bad person. Because he is a slave, essentially. Also, doesn't... Like, Godrick he shrunk a bit, didn't he? So it kind of looks like that after he was defeated, it looks like his body lost all the grafting, leaving him nothing but this torso. And the torso almost looks like it's like tree bark, in a way. And he's pretty dusty. Certainly kicking up a lot of it. Now that he's being stomped on, of course. Like, even his, like, head looks like... No, I guess that's about the right size in comparison to him. Not me, though. I have a mighty head. Every part of me that has a head is mighty. That's what I've always said. His little cape is all torn up, too. His crown is still nice. What if I could convince him to stop so I can pluck that crown off? That'd be a good piece of fashion. So, how about it, buddy?
Oh. Hello there.
Hello.
This weasel was... Godrick was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Man, he's just... I think I've made this comparison before, or this metaphor, I don't know. But people are a lot like bowls or cups, in the sense of... we're like cups of infinite something. Each of us at the very bottom of the cup has some sort of liquid that's like what we are. Like our positivity, our creativity, our compassion, just, or even like our maliciousness or whatever. Like whatever is core to your character is what's at the bottom. And other people pour whatever is in their cup into your cup until it overflows. So if you surround yourself with people that have things that are very similar to what you consider to be your best traits, then hopefully what you are will shine through more clearly. Whereas if you are trapped in a situation like you have a bad family or whatever, then that maliciousness is just all you see pouring out. Which is what has happened to our little buddy here. What was his name? I keep forgetting what his name is. It starts with a G. Gatekeeper Gustock, that's what it is. If I can just remember that it starts with a G, and then remember that it very loosely looks like S-Stock, I can probably remember that. Then again, so many characters have names that start with God or G-O in this name, or this game. See, I'm doing it, this GOM.
Now, I suppose I'm free.
Free to stomp heads.
I can do whatever takes my fancy.
Like stealing or stomping heads.
Can I, mate?
Well, you can't mate, not with me. I'm not into that, buddy.
Now, I suppose I'm free.
Yep.
I can do, can I?
You sure can, buddy. Okay. Well, you just enjoy... You enjoy that, you know? You just keep doing what you're doing. I'll leave you to it. How about that? And meanwhile, I need to try to find that grape that I was talking about. Let's rest one more time, just for the hell of it. We'll just, kind of ignore what he's doing. Let him do his own thing. Is this a developer message? No, it's not. Okay, this is, one of those things. So what is this, then? Maybe this is where the grapes are hidden. It's funny to think at one point in time grapes were actually, like, considered to be a royal food just because they were so, like, hard to develop. And, particular to them. That's a big throne. Yeah. Yeah. Monstrosity. Yeah, this does not look like a particularly comfortable chair. What is it with people, like especially these days, especially with all the Putin shit that's going on right now? There's a lot of truth to... I was having a discussion with my mother about this. This has nothing to do with the video game. It's not about politics really either, but I was telling her that the older that I've gotten, the more I've realized that the world is really not divided up into two necessarily. It's not that binary. But there are two main sort of large groups of people. There are the people that kind of just want to be left alone. They want to go out their own devices. They want to pursue their own interests, live a fairly normal life, try to pursue happiness. You know, just ordinary, just a person, just a human being. There's those people. And whenever something bad happens around them, their first impulse is not going to be, I need to march about this, I need to write, I need to start shit all about it. It's like, whatever. And they'll try to put it out of their minds, and if they're really pressed, then yeah, they'll get involved in some way. But yeah, they're just trying to live their life. And you can look down on that if you want to, but I kind of just consider that to be very normal behavior. And then there are, like, they don't necessarily have to be narcissists, but, you know, narcissists, people that are obsessed with power, people that link who they are. This was a much shorter conversation when I had it the first time. But people that are obsessed with power, that link it to who they are, like, I am not myself unless everyone respects or fears me, or, you know, whatever. Just like we were talking about in relation to our discussion about bullies a couple parts back. A lot of the times, it just comes down to they have no empathy, and they're obsessed with themselves. And even people that have low self-esteem can also be narcissistic, which I guess not many people... Well, a lot of people don't know. But being narcissistic does not necessarily mean you think you're amazing. It can just be that you think you're garbage, but you think that the world somehow needs to revolve around the the knowledge that you are garbage, which is a very strange way of looking at it, but that people like that exist. So a lot of politics and things just revolve around those people. The people that are like, no, everything needs to be about me. I have, like, they set out with the goal of by any means to achieve power, money, prestige, whether they have to marry into it, whether they have to lick boots to get there, whether they have to go through criminal channels, until they get to the point where they can actually have the big chair. Because they really, really want to have the big chair so everyone can see how incredibly important they are, and how they are at the top of society, and how everyone should look up to them, etc. And that other group of people are like, whatever, we don't care, go about your business. And that's like all of history, human history, just that relationship of asshole that wants a statue built of themselves. Like horrible, stupid asshole, narcissistic piece of shit that wants to be seen constantly, that is obsessed with themselves, and how everyone should revere them, or fear them, or whatever it is. Then the other people that are just like, I don't know, I feel like eating Mexican food today. And that's it. Then of course you have lots of in-betweens. Like monks that will worship the one asshole because they themselves have their own weird motivations that I won't go into. Again, the statues in here don't have the painted heads of the little flowers on top. Don't know if that means anything, but yeah. And that statue back there looks like, I'm assuming this is Godfrey, and not Godrick. It's really hard to tell, just because Godrick is so incredibly fucked up now. Which way should I go first? I actually have no idea what's in here. There could be enemies, as far as I know. Doesn't really look like anything. Hidden path ahead. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Although the fact that there are, like, so many... Well, I think it's just the one wall. There's that one wall that was discovered that 50 hits to open it, and I think it's more that it just has a very large health pool because they didn't set the parameter correctly. Yeah, there's just nothing in here. Like his throne room is just like a couple of empty rooms that have some jars in them. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is where the grapes are. What do you guys think? Do you like black grapes, red grapes, which are kind of the same thing, or green grapes? I'm more about texture. I would prefer the red/black grapes, but more hidden paths. Yeah, actually, just the liar head is left over. I would prefer those, but usually those tend to be softer. If you could get the texture of, there we go. If you could get the texture of a green grape with the black grape, I would be sold. Nothing over there, and nothing over there. So just this. What is this item? Aha! Shabriri grape. They probably could have picked a better name, but I won't fault them too much. Oh yeah, I do need to read his stupid soul. Remembrance of the Grafted. Remembrance of Godrick the Grafted. Human into the Ard Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. So the gross lady that sits like a monkey. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. Never do this. I get so... I don't know. It's another personality conflict thing. Whenever I'm watching someone else play, and they... like come across a boss soul, because this is so not me, and they're like, well, this isn't my build, I'll never use this, so they like very proudly destroy it to get a very small amount of meaningless souls. I can get like half a level with this, bro. Like, that drives me crazy. It's like, that could be a weapon. That could be probably like one of like 2 or 3 weapons in some cases. I'll never use it. Well, I know you won't, but it's, like, there. It's right there. Now you've destroyed your chance of ever having it. Like, I would never use it for the sake of runes. But that's me. That's a personality thing. A feeble man once sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home bathed in rays of gold. So he's described as being a feeble man even before the grotesque act of grafting. So whether or not Godrick was ever powerful as a demigod is arguable, I guess. Maybe he was always a weakling, and one of the reasons why he was able to escape the capital was because of the fact that he was like such a timid, unassuming man, because he just was powerless. I don't know. Interesting, all the same, I guess. What is the thing that I just got? The grape. Grape. It'll probably be a key item, actually. Yes, indeed it will. A yellowing, oozing eyeball of the infirm. So, a sick eyeball. Cool, cool. The surface is shriveled, and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Great. Or, you know what it's also like? A gross eyeball of a sick person. Why don't you just call it Gross Eye? Give it to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. I'm sure that she'll enjoy it. I hope that whenever they eat these things, they at least are like they take it like a pill, right? Like they put it in fucking dog food. Like they shove it inside the middle of a hot dog, and you're like, eat up, blind maiden. Oh, that's right. Do not spit it out. Do not spit that out. And they're like, no, and you like grab their jaws and like hold it and like try to massage their throat to make it go down. And meanwhile they're like, well, you gotta eat it. It's for your own good. You gotta see the distant light of grace that you can no longer see. Okay. What the hell was I doing? Grape rune. That's what I was going to try to find. It's somewhere around here. Where the hell will the runes be? Oh, there's so many things in this video game. Somewhere down here, perhaps? No, it isn't. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Why is it next to the... Whatever. Okay, whatever. It was right above the grape, even. Oh, for God's sakes me. The great ruin of the shardbearer Godrick, devoid of any benediction. Seek the divine tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the great bridge from Stormveil Castle. So it's the exact place that I just said that we didn't need to go back to. Cool. So here's a guy. Let's practice. That looks very similar to Gatekeeper Gastok. Haha, I did it, because I remember my rule. He's got mushrooms growing out of his legs. It sort of looks that way. Also seems to be having a bad time of it. What you got to say, my friend? Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please take my grapes. So this is an eye that belonged to him. And this guy is a commoner. So there's our answer on where these things come from. I guess the answer is... anyone. Although it was a guy that was like locked down here behind the throne room for some reason. Maybe the process of making these things involves the... Dun, 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 easier than 1, 2, 3. Maybe it has something to do with the Flame of Frenzy. Incarnation version remaining 3 causes the yellow flame of frenzy to burst forth from the caster's eyes. Deals damage. No, nothing in there. Nothing in there. The incantation also can build a madness caster. Is only effective against tarnished. Huh. That's strange. I never remember. It's only effective against tarnished. That's... I mean, I've used it against big groups of, like, sheep and shit, so that's completely wrong. You're full of shit. Maybe they mean the madness thing. Like, it can only drive a tarnish to madness for whatever reason. Which is interesting. I wonder what it is about tarnish very specifically that, one, got them kicked out of the lamps between eons ago. That also ensures that whenever you get hit by this flame that comes forth from your eyes, which I'm not even sure, it originates from the 3 fingers. Oh, this is so weird. The 2 fingers are like the voice of the Erd Tree itself. The 3 fingers, I think, are opposed to that, the Erd Tree in some way. I don't know anything about them other than they exist. So if it originates from them, and it causes madness, but it only causes madness to Tarnished, maybe it's almost as though you're seeing something incomprehensible, and Tarnished are the only ones that can see it, maybe? I'm not sure what to make of that. But anyways, maybe the process of actually losing your sight via glimpsing into whatever is driving you mad is what also creates the grapes. That's the only two things that I can really think of that are associated with eyeballs. So for now, that's kind of the only thing I have to go off of. Okay, where the hell am I? Oh, so this is how you go in the back way. I always wondered how you get back here. So I can use, yes, I can use Horsey. So now we are finally back behind the lakes area. I've never actually done this the quote-unquote correct way. Oh, it's before the church. Yeah, I guess it would have to be. So actually the waypoint is going to be like right over here. Yeah, it's just right here. Oh, that would be nice to know for future reference. So it's like over right there, I guess. Man, it's really hard to see back there. No wonder I never... Like, it's so easy to miss stuff in this game. In the open areas, anyways. And now I have a grape just for you. Just for you, my blind darling. Let's rest, just in case. No discussion to be had. No discussion allowed. Now, lady. Actually, shouldn't... Yes, Balk is also here. I wanted to do this first. So, our little friend Balk, who has now taken up being a seamstress, a pretty seamstress in a pretty dress, has moved with us, and this is the first time we've had the chance to actually run into him.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Balk, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster.
If not that,
can't
then...
make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
And he's got his mouth open and everything. If not your garments, and perhaps in other way. No, I'm just kidding. Unless, I mean...
Master, I was wondering...
Uh-oh, what?
Do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself?
I can tell.
I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible.
You're
please.
kind of shit at it.
I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
Seamstress. Get it right. Damn you. I'm gonna make him create himself a pretty pink dress. Like, no joke, he would actually look really good in like a tiny little bitty dress. Have you ever seen like a monkey dress? I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't be comparing. Look, he's a monkey, okay? He's just straight up just a monkey. Like, whenever you dress a monkey up in like little people clothes, and they look like little kids, it's pretty cute. Or like give him some like little Oshkosh Bagosh sort of overall dealies. They'll look pretty cute. Alright, sorry. Alter garments, so... Behold. I've already got all this stuff done. I've already altered one of these. The simple garb is actually different from the commoner's garb, and I already have a altered commoner's garb, so I don't actually need him right now, unfortunately.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Still say he's a little bit creepy. He's a little... Seems like he's a little too attached. And he's a little bit too subservient. Which is a dangerous combination, because people that do be in like that get a little bit crazy sometimes. Okay, lady, who has very clearly blood-stained... What is going on down there? Did you, like, walk out of a giant's vagina or something? What excuse do you have for it being that nasty? Well, maybe she, like, killed a bunch of stuff and then walked through it. I don't know. It's none of my business. Although her outfit does make her look like a little petal, doesn't it? Not so much the colors, but, you know, the little fringe things, whatever you call those. When she looks like she's wearing, like, curtains. Like she tore off someone's curtains, then tied them around her neck. I'm sorry, anyways. Lady.
Hello? Is someone there?
Shh.
My name is
Don't tell her.
And I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any shabriri grapes in your possession to me?
Hell
My
yeah.
eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next. But when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
Okay. So I've never actually done this before. I think actually the next place that she appears is kind of close to here too. But let's get our hot dog out and push this right inside so that she can tolerate it. She's holding out her hands too. What if you just started peeing into what if you just started peeing into her hand? Oh, the grapes feel a little bit strange today. As lots of grapes eat a bitch. Sorry, I don't know why. That is not a fetish of mine. It's super gross to me. Just the fact that it's really inappropriate. Anytime something is really inappropriate, that for some reason that gets me. I don't know what it is. All right, sorry. Here's your actual grape. Sorry. I mean, it's inappropriate to be eating eyeballs too, but you know that's on her.
Oh, many thanks to you.
No,
Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
What if you just walked away and you heard like, oh my god, and just that for like the next 5 minutes, even as you're walking away. And it's just that the whole way down the clip. I didn't know. I've never had one. Oh my god. As you wish.
You are most kind indeed.
Okay, get the fuck out of here.
The fingers be upon you.
So I guess if she is someone that is trying to become a maiden, and that is something that is very particular to their weird religion here, one, you would not think that she would be a tarnished. Because why would she be if she's trying to be a finger maiden? She could be, I have no idea. But you wouldn't think that she would be. And where did she come from? It's another one of these things along with what's-his-face down there at Fort Height. Kenneth. It's like Kenneth. It's like, where the hell did you come from? Like, everyone else is crazy, but you are okay? Like, whenever you run into anyone... In Dark Souls, there's an explanation built in. Like, sure, everyone is a zombie in this place. Except for the people that wandered in from the outside. And that's what Tarnished are basically in this game. Whenever you run into someone that is not Tarnished and is just some guy, then it raises a lot of questions. But anyways... Any more to comment on regards to her? Whoa, video game, calm down. Not really. Let's look under her mask and ruin the illusion. It is hard to tell. It is very hard to tell. Although it looks like she has the same thing going on as the dead lady, whatever her name was. She did. But dead lady over here, the one that also had the whole no sight thing going on, where her eyes look like they are either blacked out or they're just closed, or they did look like they're just closed. I know that Zuli, I think, released an unmasking video. She might actually have some information on that. That's really worth looking into. I just have been watching other things. It's one of those videos that I meant to take a gander at. Zuli, of course, Zuli the Witch on YouTube, does fantastic work. basically does the thing that I should have done, or the thing that I wish I could have done. Let's see. So this whole area is going to take some planning to do. So this is kind of where the general area of where I want to stop. But before that, I need to actually go find the maps. So one will be here, and I think that, whoop, and I think that another one is going to be like in this area. I can't quite remember. But either way, let's talk to this poor schlub.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then
So he is
perhaps you
not.
could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Let me ask you, what are runes? What exactly are they? Like, we've seen a weapon that is literally made out of script, but that script was supposedly the language that the two fingers speak. So you think that runes, if they're not souls, but they're still functioning in a very similar way, would be some sort of, I don't know, spectral writing that it's almost like you're picking up someone's fucking DNA. And that's like a script of, this is what this person is, and it describes them in some capacity. And the logic of whenever you're utilizing the runes to make yourself stronger is you're basically just writing in even more information about how much of a badass you are. I have no idea. But the fact that other people can spend them when they're not tarnished is kind of strange. Although he doesn't necessarily say that he is going to spend them. Although the merchants also spend them. That's their currency. So it functions as a currency. It's something that people drop when they're killed, and even animals drop whenever they're killed. But it's something that also can be used to make yourself stronger. Maybe it's just meant to be ambiguous and they're not really going to explain it. I don't know. But it's interesting to think about. So give him 10 runes? Yeah, flip a dime into his face. Here you go, bitch.
Well, bless
Oh.
you. Bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised.
Oh, it'd be my dream.
None of them are particularly great.
They really aren't. So he is basically a shitty sorcerer. Like a Rea Lucaria, the Academy, is very selective about who is admitted inside. And you have to... I don't want to compare it to Skyrim. I hate that questline. But you basically have to demonstrate your capacity as a sorcerer in some way. It is unusual... Well, I'll get to that in a second. Hold on. Let's buy its garbage first. Glintstone Pebble. The most basic bitch glintstone sorcery, the Academy of Rea Lucaria. The glintstone serves as a conduit, launching magical projectiles at foes. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. This is a universal first step on the journey to true knowledge of sorcery. So this is like getting your number 3 pencil in kindergarten and drawing your first line. Like, just the most basic you can get. Glintstone Arc. Fires a horizontal arc of magic that spreads outward. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the academy to embark on journeys in order to fend off large groups of would-be adversaries. Fools often roam in packs. I've read this before, and I'll reiterate that is definitely true. Fools often roam in packs. But this is another case of, we don't want you here. Go away, but here is a hood. Here is a spell. This is our get out of our life present that we're giving you. Although it does not explicitly say that this is given to people that they're trying to get rid of. This is more just, they're going on a journey, so they're given this. This really, especially considering who we're buying this from, it probably is like a get out of here present. Creates a small floating starlight that illuminates surroundings. Whenever I've said in the past that I love the idea of making a character that, Ant 15, go fuck yourself. Whenever I've said that I like making like a quality or a strength or whatever character that can cast one or two spells, and they're just basic spells like this. This is what I'm talking about, like this kind of spell. Like, it's not a damage-oriented spell, it's just a useful, utility, very pragmatic ability. It would, like, if you were just a strength-using character, this would be really cool just to have around. But unfortunately, it has a requirement of 15 intelligence, so they're continuing to make that same mistake over and over and over again. Something like this should have a requirement of, like, 8. Like, it should be nothing. It should be something that almost everyone, especially in a game like Elden Ring where you're really encouraged to have magic, it should be something that everyone has access to. There's no excuse for that. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy of Dark Journeys, even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. Sorcery definitely has a lot of links to the stars. For whatever, actually, let me just buy your garbage just to have it. Because just looking at this bitch, he's gonna die at some point. Look at him. Out of the way. Get out of the way, ghost. Look at him. Look at that face. That is the face of a dead man.
Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorceries. I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
So even he admits himself that he's not a good sorcerer. So I get the impression that he learned these sorceries outside of the academy. Like, he's never actually been a part of the academy itself, I think. Because...
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Lucaria.
Well, a bad place for him.
We study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
So he ran his mouth quite a bit there. He said a lot. The most key information is that the Academy said they would not interfere with the shattering of the Elden Ring. And he was out at the time, whenever they erected, supposedly, whenever they erected those fields that are preventing people from getting in. And you need a glintstone key to be able to actually gain entry. That makes it sound, unless he is like thousands of years old, which I doubt, that makes it sound like it just happened. Like the whole shattering of the Elden Ring thing would have just happened like maybe months ago, or years. Whereas before now, I had assumed that it would have had that been something that happened like thousands of years ago. Like, considering all the weird shit that we've been running into. Although, I've been thinking if there was some sort of cataclysmic event, like, say, meteorites raining from the sky, that could explain why all the towns are in ruins now. Even though they look like ruins that have been just standing for, like, centuries. They don't look like destroyed villages, they look like actual, like, old ruins. But even the ruins themselves, even if they were destroyed in that manner, still look as though it looks like it's been that way for quite some time. But let's just assume that it's been at least a few years, in some way. I'll be keeping my eyes out, trying to figure that out, how long it's been, but we'll see. Glintstone key.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the academy.
Once we get a hold of a glintstone key, we will see that it's unique to the person that uses it first. So the very moment that it's used, it's like this guy and no one else. Or that's how it looked like whenever I read the description for it, a ways back. So you think this guy would be aware that if we got a key and then gave it to him after using it, then it would be completely worthless. Like he wouldn't be able to use it either way. Although I think he actually does, I don't know, I think he's supposed to show up in the academy after you give it to him. So, make heads or tails out of that, I don't know. Maybe the implication is that you actually found 2 and it's just not showing up. I have no idea. This game can be really weird about that stuff. Like the needle that we gave Bach, we still have it. We can do tailoring stuff whenever we want to, so we didn't really give it to him, but he still has it. Whatever. Anyways, what about, do you have any repeat dialogue?
Find yourself a glintstone key.
Yes.
Without one, you can't pass through the academy. And you will never reach the Erdtree capital.
That is not true. You can reach the Erdtree capital just fine. Actually, I've already been there, technically, without actually getting hold of one of those keys. What about Selin? Remember how I went down south and we got into that one cave in a ruin, and she was there? For some reason? One person, at least in the comments, said, oh, that's a bug, she shouldn't be there. That doesn't happen until later. It might, like, be a plot point that, I don't know, like, that's a clone of her, or some sort of projection, or, well, I guess the one you run into could also be a projection or something. Or it could be a bug. I kind of doubt it. That seems so overt, I can't possibly imagine, especially considering I've played this game a couple times, or at least up until that area, and, like, on every case, like, 4 or 5 times, she has always been there. And it never makes any sense. So anyway, Selin.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selin.
Yeah, she
Well,
rules.
that is something. Selin was well known.
Pretty hot,
The
too.
most promising sorceress in the history of the academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selin was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch.
Even
I
hotter.
still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selin would never do such things.
One of the ongoing themes with everyone in this game is that even though they're like, oh, no, I'm very pious, praise the Erdtree, they're still doing, like, shit behind everyone's backs. Yeah, so we'll see. Okay, let's grab that map, and then we'll just see what happens, huh? Get a few drinks in us and see what happens. Wait. I don't think this is the way down. No, I think it's this way. Yes. Don't want to accidentally fall off any daring cliffs. Why do I hear like boss music? I think it's just some basic ass skeletons that got up. I don't know why the music is so dramatic. But after I do that, I'm gonna have a hell of a time trying to avoid picking up anything. Oh, it's gonna be a nightmare. Boing. But here's the merchant that I need to buy shit from, as is my wont. What I'm most excited for is farming enemies that will actually drop new clothing. That's what I really want. Alright. Hello, Mr. Man.
You're new around here. Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but
Kind of creepy.
don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
I still don't know what their people are called, but all the merchants are supposedly from a certain group of people. And they are kind of considered very similar to the Tarnished as being undesirables, although as, whatever the Kale, as Kale said, now that civilization has basically collapsed, it doesn't really matter anymore. So, whoever, I don't know what exactly is going on with the merchants' people, but they didn't do anything worth being expelled from the lands between, so they've been here this whole time, but they're still considered to be, I guess, vagrants and undesirables, so there could be a million reasons for that, but none that I am privy to. So here's another lantern. You don't need two. I think whenever you buy it, you can't carry two, so it just puts one in your, one inside of your inventory. Yeah, there's the stock. Puts one in your bank account. So it can draw interest and blood. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Crystal Dart, Spellproof, Dried Lizard, Shatter Shard Arrow. I'll never craft any of those, I'm sure. Roaming Nomad Warriors again. A stock, large piercing sword with a long, hard-bladed edge, which is also capable of slashing attacks. For its large size, it can be wielded rather nimbly, leaving little opportunity for the enemy to counter, unless, of course, they are 90% of the enemies in Elden Ring, in which case, if they want to attack you, they definitely will. Astrologer's Staff. Staff of the Astrologers. The glintstone is embedded in the tip, of course, all the way up there. Also, it has like a little handle on the front, so you can like aim it like a gun and be like, if you want to have a good time. Enabling it to be used as a catalyst for sorceries. Sorceries must be memorized. First to the set of lost grades, blah, 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 blah. Nothing important. Okay, nothing important, nothing important. Kite Shield. A standard medium-sized metal shield. Metal shields reliably negate physical damage when guarding. Attractive management when highly trusted on the battlefield. Fantastic. Love that lore. Loving this lore. Astrologer Hood. Hood fashioned from supple cloth. Oh, so supple. Worn by those who look to the cosmos above. They read fate in the stars and are said to be heirs of the glintstone sorcerers. Heirs of them. Aren't they still around? Wait, wouldn't astrologers be the people that... Like, it was said before that before the Erd Tree, astrology was in effect. Not astronomy, but like astrology. So wouldn't it be the other way around? That glintstone sorcerers would be the heirs of astrologers? But alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate. The night sky no longer cradles fate. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? So I guess fate has since been born and is no longer in the sky? And has since come down to Earth? I don't know. I have no idea. Or maybe it's linked to Radagon, or whatever his name is. And the fact that he's holding up the stars, supposedly. And that's the reason why they can't read fate in the stars. But again, that would have been something that happened very recently. Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, I'll be back to buy all this stuff. I guess I could buy it now. Very tempted. But later. Because now I have a mission. A mission to collect a map. A map in a very annoying location. Because there are naughty, naughty boys right around here that are crouched down taking a dump in the water. Arrgh. Who's that over there? I'm taking a big steamy dump. This is trailing behind them like fish. Oh, come on, pick it up. Aha, got it. Motherfucker. Aha, you can't stop me. I'm the gingerbread man. Alright, there should be one more map, I'm pretty sure. And those guys are probably still chasing me, so let's just sit. Just to get them to shut up so I can actually look at my map. Since this game is absolutely obsessed with the idea of you not being allowed to view maps. So this goes all the way up there. The other map is going to be like over here somewhere, which I can get to. Not a big deal. Let me actually get rid of you. Let's see if I can remember correctly. There's this. Let's see how close I can get. There will be the area there. I go up here. should be like right around here, I think. Probably actually a little bit further up, but not by much. Probably somewhere in that realm. That's probably not particularly close, though. But it should get me far enough along to where I can actually grab it. And then after I grab that, then I can stop this particular part, go and mark all the stuff that I need to explore, and I'll just ignore... I'll just try my best to ignore that's... no, I need it, I need it, I need it. I need it in my life. Lost Grace. Oh, feels good, baby. And a Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. Please, enemies, do not attack me. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. Let me just try to get this done. Where are these things? No, not there. Where are they? Can never... Craftsman's Cookbook. A record of crafting techniques left by a Glintstone craftsman who served the Academy. Contains information on faux sorceries, as they were called. Requires the knowledge to craft the following. Freezing grease. Interesting. So, crafting things that are very similar to magic means they are faux sorceries? Maybe that's what they're talking about? Dunno. Freezing grease. So it would be that grease that you rub all over your nub and allows you to freeze things, which actually probably should be pretty useful. I think fire in this game is pretty bad, from what I'm told. I haven't done much exploring in that regard. From what I've seen, I'm kind of inclined to agree, though. Whoa, not you. No, sir. The thing I'm most wary of, going through this swampy area, and this is another area where you can probably just wander forever and still find an item that you missed, although it's probably going to be something unimportant for the most part. Because it's another one of these Elden Ring areas where it's just massive. It goes on forever, and everything looks exactly the same, and it's easy to get lost. It's like that Dark Souls 3 swamp, except you can actually get through it at a reasonable pace. Okay. But you have to, like, get up the cliffside over here, if I remember correctly. I'm so glad that I just remembered this shit. Something also I need to do, I think it's here. There is the Village of the Albinox, or some weird name like that. And I think that's part of a quest line that I have to do. So that'll be something else important that I need to get a hold of. Let me check my map real fast. Still have not been able to see it, though. I like this feature, though. Like in Ubisoft games, you have to climb up something and take a look around. Which actually, even though people have gotten irritated with that system, it is a good system. Because it is a point in, like, even ignoring, like, use your hawk vision, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. The fact that you get up to wherever the map would be, that maps out everything, and it allows you to actually look around and see... No, I will resist, And allows you to actually see the location that you're in. We're still not there. It allows you to see around the entire landscape. That's very, very useful in giving people a very rough idea of where exactly they need to be. Oh yeah, it's like way over here. Because the dragon, that glintstone key, I think, is over there. There's something there that I could pick up. I really want to pick it up. Oh, just smithing stone too. There's probably going to be a lot of that stuff just lying around. Wow, I'm kind of nowhere near it. So it's actually, I think, up here. Yeah, I'm way off. That was way off. I've really fucked up that log pretty badly. Okay, I think in this direction. It's kind of strange, I don't really recognize this. It actually, I'm kind of distracted because it actually is night. Here we are. Yeah, I recognize this now. It is very nice to be able, because the map is like right up here. That wasn't too far off, I guess. It is nice to finally be able to get out into an area that I don't quite recognize. May as well mark this. Cuckoo. Cuckoo? Everjail. Because I've been locked up. Here's more of those singing assholes, by the way. Singing asshole bats. And they almost seem to be singing Latin. Or it sounds like Latin, anyways. It might be a completely made-up language that's just meant to sound very Latin-y for the sake of flavor. What the fuck? Where is it? Maybe it's over this direction. No. No, it's not. Maybe it's up there. It's meant to sound Latin-y so that you can actually get the spirit of it. No, it's like right up here, I think. And as always, I'm borderline terrified of going too far. I hope it's not, like, right here. Maybe it's actually south. No, there's no way. Because this is where all of that ends. But the marker for it should have appeared by now. I was almost certain that it was, like, right around here somewhere. But then again, I barely remember this area. And that's the nice thing that's kind of satisfying about it. Because I have been locked up, effectively, behind Stormveil this entire time. Which, even though I would consider it to be a pretty solid part of the game, boy, am I tired of looking at it. Because there's a shit ton of things to do out here, and unfortunately, I can't really make any progress unless it is on camera, which is one of the more frustrating parts about doing an LP like this. Oh great, something saw me, and now it's angry. Because everything in the world gets along besides Tarnished and literally everything else. Maybe it is further along. Because this is where the caravan is. I forget what exactly is in that caravan. No, you leave me alone. I have no interest in interacting with you. Wonder how they can tell. Oh, Tarnished, murder him. Is that a bad man? That's a bad man. And that's the end of the Lucaria road. So maybe it is up here. I forgot how immense this area... This really is kind of the point where the game actually does open up. Although you can miss out on a lot. Because the blacksmith is up here. E.G., that's what his name is. Good old E.G. Yep, I have no clue where the map is. Which is a bit of an issue. I guess I will continue riding forward because I do remember doing this. Wait, is it just here? Yes, it's just here. How come it... Am I just, like, right on top of it so I can't see it? Well, I can't see the icon, but here it is. Liurnia, I wonder if these little maps actually have any descriptions to them. I kind of doubt it. No, wait. Sure, it's probably got to be around here somewhere. Yeah. It does have... They do have descriptions to them. So, Limgrave West... What was it? Maybe it just I think people said this in the comments, that this is pronounced very similar to domain. So, just the domain of Limgrave. Domain... The domain of Limgrave. It'd be funny if it's a completely different word. No, idiot. It's obviously Deepening, far south of the Erdtree. It's bordered to the northwest by the cliffs of Stormveil, and under its ever clouded skies rolled at the great surface of the Pale Lands. I feel like I've read one of these before and just forgot. It's bordered to the northwest by the stormwest. Under its ever clouded skies roll the great steppes of the Pale Lands. So maybe the Stormveil area is referred to as the Pale Lands. Not quite sure. We have the eastern region of Limgrave. Other than the Mistwood, which envelops the south, right, it is known for its lands which lead to Caelid, a path trod by many a soldier in the past. Okay, so apparently there used to be a lot of movement of soldiers from Caelid to Limgrave, or back and forth, in the past. Worth bearing in mind. Weeping Peninsula, so the south area. The peninsula to the Limgrave south is named for its unceasing rainfall. Redolent of lament. It does rain there quite a bit. I never really thought about it. Yeah, it does rain quite a bit. Map of Liurnia's western region. So that's where we are now. The majority of Liurnia, known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, is sinking into a lake. The western coast, well, it doesn't really... Yeah, I guess the ground does sink, technically. But considering that we can ride our horse through the lake or just walk through it and it barely reaches up to our ankles, I don't think it's that much of a concern. The western coast has always been closely associated with Carian royalty. Yes, because up at the very top of this area, you can't really see it yet, but up at the very top is actually the Carian, like, household, the mansion, the whatever, the estate, that's what I'm thinking of. And that is where the head mistress of the academy actually is from. Although I think they fell into some sort of disrepute for whatever reason. Eastern region. Vesper's and Confronting Lake. The eastern coast is home to a high road running north and south. Wow. That's somehow the least interesting one. Okay, so this is done. Load, video game, wow. That's how bad the PC version gets sometimes. So this is where it is. Also, like, Ranni's Rise, I think, is around here somewhere. Which is where we're going to meet my wife. My wife. What the fuck? I thought this mapped out everything in the... Huh, I guess not. No, there's like one over here, I think. Yeah, so I'm going to have to hop down either way. Okay, well, let's do that then. I think it's in this general direction. Come on. There we go. So I'll take... No, I'll take this path right here. That will also enable me to pick up my precious Lucerne, maybe. Which I probably still won't use because of my upgrade woes. But one of the first things I want to do is to be able to get the ability to just buy these damn upgrade materials. Because as discussed in the past, I had to spend a lot of time... Once again, I'm glad that you guys are with me on this. That this system for upgrading sucks. There were at least a couple of people that responded to me and are like, yeah, I've actually been cheating, and even cheating and locking all my values, it takes absolutely forever to upgrade everything. And that's just all the things that they had. It's a bad system. So whenever, like, earlier on, I was like, you should probably just upgrade your weapon class and have that be it. Because then instead of, like, upgrading 308, I think it was, different things, it would be like instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it'd be more like 1 weapon class, 2 weapon classes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and then like the bows and so on. So you would end up getting... I don't have all the weapon classes yet, obviously, but you would end up having like 30-something things to upgrade fully, which is not bad. And especially considering that you only get 11 of the Titanite slab equivalents in this game, you still would not have enough to be able to fully complete it, which is absurd. You would actually, even in my proposed fix of upgrading your weapon classes as a whole, you would still need like 3 or 4 playthroughs just to do it. which should go to tell you just how bad the system actually is. Are you kidding me? What the fuck was that? Like, I was spamming the jump button, I don't know if you could hear it, trying to get him to jump so that I could land on this thing, and I was about to gripe because he was falling to his death. And I was about to start screaming, jump, 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 you asshole, or something tantamount to that, like I normally do, because I'm a monster, and no one will ever love me because of my violent tendencies, because of my griping. But he, like, Spider-Man'd over to the side and just clung and dug his face really in there. Well, whatever. Whenever he falls, I think there's like a specific amount of time in which you are just not allowed to perform inputs to jump if you fall. But if you jump, and then if you jump, the game is like, well, you intended to jump, so you're allowed to jump. But if you fall, it takes a while to like ensure that you die or something. Don't really know what's going on there. Can't say I appreciate it, but whatever. Doesn't my little thing on the side of my chest sort of look like a big nipple? Just, yeah, you like it? I actually forget what that is called. It's actually there. I think it's placed a little bit incorrectly on my guy. Yeah, I think that's meant to protect like your armpits. Because there's a meeting point right there where you cannot have armor, or else you won't be able to move. So having this little thing on your body ensures that whenever you take a stance to, you know, protect yourself with a shield, or you're holding a two-handed weapon, whatever, then that will automatically, because you're pressing your arm up against your chest, I think that's meant to like cover that seam to where you can't actually strike there and cause an injury. I think. I might be completely wrong about that, though. Worth looking up. Let's see. This direction. One of the things that we were talking about the things that we consider to be integral to our characters, the things that are at the bottom of the cup, so to speak. What's this? Pick it up. Stormveil for there. Don't appreciate you, horse, taking so long to allow me to pick something up. That was uncool. That was your fault, horse, and no one else's. Okay, we're talking about the things that are sort of at the bottom of our cups. That are, like, integral to who we are. Purified ruins. This place will be important. This is where that lady is, I think. So we can actually get a grape here, but I can't stop right now. One of the things that is sort of at the bottom of my cup, that my cup makes, the inner juices that my cup makes that I bestow upon others, as long as I'm not overflowing with other people's nonsense, is I like to think that I am able to parse the things I know from the things that I don't know, or the things I'm not certain of. I try to be really careful about that. I don't always succeed. But, ow, ow, ow! Where am I going? Cotton Eye Joe? God damn it. We'll just ignore that. Like, I try to ensure that if I don't really know... If I don't really know something... I'm really tempted to... Oh, I'm gonna have to. Did he actually get off? Just... Oh, there's just tons of them. Okay. Take it. What is going on? I'm on the highway to Lookout. Whoa, hello, chest. Hello, Chesty LaRue. What's in here? A Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. Yes, I will read it as I'm climbing. Want to make sure no one was following me. Not that confident. A record of crafting techniques left by Glintstone craftsmen who served the Academy. Contains information on faux sorceries, as they were called. So same thing. Ebonoric pot is this one. Okay. Well, something to remember, I guess. But yeah, one of the things at the bottom of my cup, I try to be very careful about stating I don't know something. Oh. This is someone that is probably on the same level as Sorcerer Selen, considering that they are wearing the exact same thing. Or at least someone within the upper echelon of sorcerers. I'm kind of afraid of backstabbing because I don't want them to fall off. Nice, okay. There we go. Wanted to make absolutely sure that they didn't fall off the edge. What a bitch. Okay. Carrion Glint Blade Staff. But at the deeper part of that is that, the further down in my cup part of that is that I am also not really certain about myself in many ways. Like, whenever I was younger, it was more linked to having low self-esteem and all that other stuff that young people usually have. Something drifted by, so I barely saw it. Where is this thing? Huh. What was it? Oh, it's down here. Okay, it's a catalyst. But that has translated in my adult life of just a general hesitancy. Like, I'm very cautious by nature. And I don't like saying things and the feeling of being wrong about them. But I'm also not like, I know this, I'm a know-it-all. But I do try to share a lot of information, so I'm always fearful of it sounding like I'm know-it-all, when in actuality it's like, I'm not exactly sure about this, but I think I heard this. And especially because I have a bad memory, I'm very paranoid about saying the wrong things all the time. If I read, like I read a lot of stuff, and I do try to learn a lot of things, but I just can't retain it, which is very frustrating for me. So for me, it's always been more of a matter of, instead of trying to share things, it's more that I'm trying to get you interested in them so that you'll try to discover your information for yourselves. It's one of those that cannot do teach sort of things, I suppose. I'm not very good at application in my own way as a result of my own, sort of shortcomings. So I try my best to frame everything as, here's the starting point, I think. Try to discover it for your sake, and also my sake, and everyone in the comment section's sakes. Anyways, not to toot my own despondency horn. Carrion Glintblade Staff. Staff embedded with a blue glintstone. One of two types of carrion staff. One of two types. No, that one doesn't say it, okay. Gifted to enchanted knights, it enhances glintblade sorceries. Okay, not much to go off of. There are two types. This one's styled as a scepter. This is the demi-humans one. Yes, okay. So this is the second one we've only found two of them. That's crazy. Alright, well, we've only found two of these, but... So I need to find that map. I can't afford to just fart about up here. I just got distracted by being pelted with lots of little blue beams. And if you can't tell, whenever that happens, I have a tendency to get annoyed, and I want to stop and start a fight with these video game boys. Usually whenever guys like... Usually whenever guys like that are blue, that means that they're ghosties. So you think that all these guys would be dead. But they're all like nobles. Which makes sense that they're all magic casters. But there was that one normal person still up there, quote-unquote normal person. That one sorcerer up at the top, so maybe they were commanding them? So I wonder what the story... I'm really tempted to stop, because I'm probably not going to be back here. Oh, some armor on the ground. So there are people that they have been killing. So that area has been barricaded off. I can't access my map to see what the name of it is either. Actually, let me just kill everyone here. Oh, don't you do that. Really? He survived with like 1 health point. Truly amazing. What an impressive young man. Good for him, you know? I'm trying to listen for the cast so I can actually dodge. You. There we go, okay. You know, some people get that sort of satisfaction of finishing off these engagements by just actually, like, winning, right? To me, the most satisfaction I get is whenever I don't take any damage in the process. Because it makes me feel as though my approach, like even if I'm overpowered or whatever, that's one of the reasons why I really don't mind being overpowered. Like, I could be level 999. What is the max SL in this game? I don't know. It's always different in all the games. But anyways, I could have 99 in every stat. And even if I got bit by a rat once, in my mind that's still a failure. So usually, in my mind, I gain the most satisfaction whenever I take no hits at all. Which, especially for the modern versions of these games, is difficult to do. So is there anything else up here? It's just Highway Lookout Tower. Huh. Maybe it's just that that person was serving the academy. And that was just their job. And maybe those guys weren't ghosts. Maybe they were, like, conjured in some way. I don't know. But that's my best guess, is that they were there to protect the academy. To be a lookout. Because there's really nothing in this area besides the academy. And this should be the place where my precious Lucerne is. Along with the big giant man. Are you gonna... Are you gonna pick it up? There you go, crystal bar. And... golden rune. And... Lucerne. Lucerne, yes, okay. Go get them, boys. It's not actually worth staying here. They don't really drop any runes to speak of. Okay. So long, puppet war thing. Oh, wait, actually, I do have to go this way. I keep forgetting. I think. I can't actually look at my map because video game. Well, let's go this way all the same, because I'm afraid of it going to that area where I get shot by a bunch of arrows. Also, I think I'm also almost maxed out on Roa Fruit again. Where is the food that I'm supposed to give my horse that I never give him? Somewhere around here it is, Roa Raisins. Yeah, see, I'm at 964 again. Wow. I don't know what to do with all of them. I'm amazed that I actually have that problem. You can tell that I've had nothing to do but just run around just waiting for co-op to happen. And by the way, yeah, I have moved well out of the range of co-op on this character for a lot of things. Here we are. Which has become a mild frustration. If you can believe it. So, I'm not quite sure how to divide this up. In terms of things that I need to do. Yes, because the map is like right next to the academy itself. I remember now. I'm not sure how to divide this up. It could be... it could be like east and west. I don't know why I did west and then east. But like just take it a sector at a time, like the first area. But that would also... I'm going to focus on quest lines. I need to organize what my quest line... Really? What's going on? That's mysterious. Something got angry at me for existing, even though I can't see anything. Well, whatever. The quest lines are going to be the thing that I need to be the most concerned about. So as a result... I need to really focus on those. So the process that I'm going to have to go through... Go away, you horde thing. For the next part of the LP is going to be actually trying to... Whoa! Holy shit! I placed it like right next to the map marker. I had no idea. That was just a wild guess. I guess that makes up for my last error, didn't it? It's like right here. GeoGuessr fucking wishes they were that fucking good. Alright. Let me check out the map again. We're north. It's not really north, it's more the middle. A northern region, the Academy of Rea Lucaria towers over the north, while at its base spreads the town built around it, now flooded. 2 high roads in their journeys here. That is indeed what is going on. Okay, I think actually what's-his-face is like up here. So maybe I'll end this off with trying to see, because I think that's where the next part of his quest is. That will give me the opportunity to see if indeed he did have the brown fit sexy tomboy friend. Or if he was in fact full of shit and had a pasty-faced dead waifu instead. Because I've never actually run into him over here. What the hell? There's going to be so many things like this, where it's just a single corpse in the middle of nowhere. Really? What is this? Magic grease. More retirement grease, thank goodness. Now, I think he's supposed to be, like, right around, like, this area. I thought he was supposed to be right around here. But he's the dude that had his quest line patched and extended. Aha! I think this might be him.
Liurnia.
Yes.
Oh, Liurnia. It's me, Dialos. Answer me, would you?
Answer me. Well, she is kind of tomboyish. Not brown, though. So definitely minus a lot of points on that. I approve. Could be better. Like, that's a solid 7 out of 10. What were we doing? Oh, yeah, she's dead. Sorry.
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Liurnia.
Wait, how do you know
and
it was them?
refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message.
Do you? One of the things that confuses me, and has confused me in all the Dark Souls games as well, is supposedly... I moved my leg just enough for that R2 button to get pressed against the side of the desk. One of the things that has always confused me in these games, which, by the way, a lot of people do kill him here, because his questline in the past just ended, so there's no way of getting it, but he does drop, I think, a helmet. But anyways, let's try not to murder him. But in this game, the Tarnished supposedly don't die when they're killed. The logic of it makes no sense to me. I don't have enough information on it. But we've died bunches of times, but I don't know if that's a video game convention or what. And the Tarnished are the ones that are being given this gift of grace, so maybe they're somehow outside of this circle of reincarnation, so it doesn't matter to them. Or they made their own. But in the Dark Souls game, you also have this same problem, where the characters, even though they're like, they have the Dark Soul, they can revive in almost indefinite amount of time, and whenever they die, they don't die. They just become like hollows. And so, in theory, you should never find a corpse, and if you do, it's only temporary. You should instead find them wandering around, maybe outside of their armor or whatever, and just standing there, like blank-faced, just staring off into nothing, because now they're hollow. That should be the end of all their quest lines. But we always find a dead body, even though that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. One of my sort of narrative dissonant problems with the Dark Souls games. So maybe that is the same thing here. I don't know if Tarnished actually reincarnate or not. But it is unfortunate that we lose a precious tomboy before we even knew her. Oh, she even has like the dark eyebrows with the light hair. She would have been cute. I bet she would have been fun.
They laid hands upon my servant Liurnia, and I refused to let the insult stand.
By the way,
The
sorry for
tale
cutting
of
you.
House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dielos, swear to deliver the message.
I don't know for a fact, but I think later on we actually... Like, the ongoing joke is that he makes this bold threat to kill everyone that dare cross the House of Laszlo, Camp Laszlo is written in blood. And then he never does anything. And he's actually kind of a little bitch. Again, I don't know, but I think that's kind of the running joke with this guy. We shall see. But his questline can indeed continue, but I think his quest doesn't continue until we move way past this area up into, like, this area. Which I don't know if we will do. Because once I'm done with Liurnia, then I think the next natural progression is going over here. To Caelid. However, part of the natural progression of several of the characters' questlines is actually going up to this area and talking to Ranni in some capacity. Especially Sorcerer Roger. His questline involves going to talk to her. Which actually I should go back to... I should go back to the round table before I do anything else. Yes. Yes, okay, yes. That will be the final thing that I do today. Because I'm actually considering doing another part, recording it tonight. But it's already been 2 hours. So I might just end up wandering around like a putz. Just doing one or two things. Oh, no, how he's back. It really breaks the immersion of him going and doing anything.
Ah, you again, is it? The recusants sent a lackey. Can you believe they invited me to join them? Now, after what they did? I can scarcely believe it myself. Did they think me a fool? You might be surprised to learn I took them up on the offer. Then I only had to ask. The location of the recusant hideout. It's on Mount Gelmir, found off the old road that leads west from the town of Windmills. That's where they hide. The manor on the peak. Just you wait, wretched recusants. You'll rue the day you insulted my name by laying hands on Lanya. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood, after all.
I can see where this is going. So that is, like, I'm going to have to get up to the Atlas Plateau. And then after that, go up to the windmill area and then go over to the west. So that's like finishing off this area. Oh boy. It's like finishing off this area, doing like this thing, which could involve me going like underground actually, and doing like 2 or 3 more zones. Which is going to be a nightmare, let me tell you. And then after that, maybe doing Caelid. And then after that, then you can go up and do the Atlas area, which will involve not going too far in. And then going up to the village windmills. And there's like another area that's down to the south. And then after that, going over to the west. So it's going to be a while. So you go up to Lava Manor, or whatever the hell it's called, and you enjoy yourself, buddy.
Mount Gelmir, found off the old
Mount
road
Gelmir.
that leads west from the town of Windmills. That's where they hide. The manor on the peak. Just you wait, wretched recusants. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood, after all.
He sure talks a lot. I'm gonna stab them so good. What about you, D?
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Sorry to interrupt your breastfeeding. So I got both of those. I thought he was supposed to say something, but I guess not. Maybe I should go talk to Roger again.
Ah, you appear to be doing well.
Very
Well,
good. Would you like to learn nothing from him yet? Okay. Shine 3. Alright. Good, 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 good. Let's actually go back. Where's he? Actually, his NPC icon is completely gone. Whoop. Oh, that's good. Let me go stock. I wonder where he is now, then. That's where Bach is, and she's moved. And it doesn't tell me anything. Huh, I guess I'll have to try to figure that out. Wait, what's this? Sorcerer Thops. Okay, that's the nerd. Sorry. Okay, well, in that case... In that case, I'll have to track him down and figure out what to do from there. I wonder if actually... In Limgrave, did... Calais? No, Vare is still there, supposedly. Let's go visit him real fast. And see if anything has changed with him. Probably hasn't, but it'll be a good little stopping point. It'll give me time to wander around and accidentally pick up things. Okay.
Oh, well done. Well done indeed.
I'll just shove this scythe through your chest.
You bested Godrick the Grafted and claimed a great rune. My congratulations. Now, visit the Round Table Hold.
I've already done
for
that.
an audience with the two fingers.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
In the inner chamber.
I completely forgot about
Go
that.
to the round for an audience.
Something who cares. Actually, before I do that, I should actually go here and go over to the Divine Tower to activate the damn thing. I think it's this direction. We shall see. Because this will be a nice little... This will be a fun little adventure for you guys. Because of these big angry golems that are here. So these things that look like they're manufactured giants. Here's one with his big butt. Big old bubble butt. It's funny, it would be hell for them to actually sit down since they have this little bitty crown that's on their posterior for some reason. Motherfucker. I actually kind of like these guys. Oh, fuck you. No, never mind, I take it back. That was not cool. Hitting me from way back there. Because it's not really about just weeding down their massive amounts of health. It's more about actually just getting their poise down to where you can knock them down. Then roll please. And then after you knock them down, then you can actually deal damage, like the big damage to them. They also take a very large amount of poise damage, or stance damage, whatever it's called in this game, from these arrows. Alright. Drops nothing. Good to know. Aha, good. I was hoping that would block it. So dealing with these guys isn't too bad. I don't think there's anything over there. Nope. Although you have to stay away from the AoE after it hits. And these guys do respawn, of course. They look cool. I like the fact that they kind of glow like that. It's pretty neat. Come back, stamina. Oh! At least their stomping move is way more fair than the actual giants. The giants, that shit comes out real fast and they can do it whenever they want to. Oh, it dropped something for me. More great arrows. Cool. Now this bridge must have been knocked out for quite some time. Because someone went up through the bother of going up here and installing a teleporter. Although, of course, once again, the framework for how long something is in this universe, I have no idea. Because before, I was under the assumption that it was thousands of years, but now it's more like, oh no, that was like last week. Even though everything looks like it's been dilapidated for 1,000,000 years. No, that just happened. Don't worry about it. Maybe it's like the lifetime of 1 or 2 people. I don't know how long people stay alive or dead in this universe. Now, for some reason, whenever you get one of these great runes from defeating a boss... Ew, never noticed this stuff dripping down. You have to, like, activate the rune. What is that? What the fuck? I know it's just a basic texture. It's so weird and out of place looking. Is there more of it? Yeah, there's more of it that drips down. Whoa! Oh, it went away. What the... That was strange. Yeah, I have no idea what that stuff is supposed to be. Though, the white part of it looks like divine energy. Like whenever I hit something with my special move, then it leaves that lingering sort of Lloyd's Talisman sort of effect on things. And it's just floating out of midair. And it sort of has that same particle effect to it. So maybe it's holy or something. This is the Divine Tower, after all. And so maybe the black stuff leaking down is supposed to be corruption of some form. Like the death rune that's been corrupted. I don't know. Pretty gross, though. Anything unique about this area? Nah. I'm kind of glad that sometimes I run into these areas that are just nothing but just generic emblems all over the wall. Because it means I don't actually have to talk about it. There's probably a lot of just jump messages. Tree. Tree! Well, that tree, yes. I was hoping, actually, he was, like, pointing at the towers over here. Being like, tree. Yes, tree. Praise the high spot. Tree right. I don't really have a fear of heights exactly. But anytime I'm up this high, I'm like, nope, none of that, thank you. Let's go up to the top of the skyscraper. No, I'm good. I don't like it up there. Makes me really uncomfortable. Like not having any grounding, not having security and something. Because again, I'm a very cautious person. Wow. Still no lover, therefore time for jumping off? Come on, dude. It's not that much of a big deal. No GF. Today's forecast, 100% chance of no GF. What's this? Whenever I walked up here, for the first time, I barely remember being up here, because I just kind of walked in and grabbed this and warped out. But I remember walking up here, and seeing this, and thinking, oh, is that like a giant? Am I looking into a giant's butthole? Because I thought these were legs. And no, these are actually two big, weird, gross fingers. And the texture on the inside of this almost looks like a tree. Yeah, it looks like bark. And the outside almost looks like stone. Even has sort of a stony texture on the edges of it. Or like it's been rendered into ash or something like that. Very decayed. So in my mind, this has probably been here for probably about, 200-something years, from the look of it. But I'm sure in actuality it's more like, oh no, this happened last Wednesday. So restore the power of the Great Rune. Godrick's Great Rune. I don't know why they make you do that. Like, you think you would just get it and it would work. Because presumably, the Great Runes themselves are part of the Elden Ring itself. And whenever the Elden Ring was shattered, the demigods decided for themselves to pick up individual pieces of it and then run off with them. Why, I don't know. I guess it granted them power, but whenever you kill the demigods, I guess the power shuts off? Or it had always been shut off? I have no idea. But yeah, you have to go activate it. Wait, no. Is it somewhere around here? That would be over here-ish? Yes. Godrick. Raise all attributes. A Great Rune of the Shard Bearer Godrick. Its blessing erases all attributes. I'm so glad I looked at the thing that I had of this beforehand. This great rune is known as the Anchor Ring, found in the center of the Elden Ring. So yeah, this is a component of the Elden Ring. Whenever you look at the box art, this is the thing that it's smack dab right in the middle. So the Elden Ring is that thing. It could be something more metaphorical as well, but as far as it being a literal thing, this is what it is. And whenever you pick up the little arc things you get from multiplayer, or from killing rats, then that also is a little bitty tiny segment of the Elden Ring. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. So Godfrey was one of the first demigods, and who he was born to, it doesn't say, but then he had a bunch of children, and they were also considered demigods. So I guess it is purely genetic for now. The Golden Lineage. Alright. And Godfrey is the first Elden Lord. How many there have been, I don't know. With that said, so now we can go back and talk to the nasty lady and the thing that looks like a pair of nuts when you walk in. Because notice, the doors are now open. Because now we'll have the secret. Actually, let me talk to... Now we'll have the secrets. Oh, he's not actually... He's closed up for business right now. Nothing from you either, okay. So that prevents you from actually talking to him because they probably didn't have unique dialogue. I'm just gonna destroy these chairs. They probably didn't have unique dialogue for him until you actually talk to the fingers. Yeah, I walked in here and it's like, oh my god. Is it like a scrotum? Because that's what it looks like. And then you like turn to the side and it's like, oh, it's like a weird fucked up alien hand. And it's got like hair on it. Ugh. You know, we have had a theme of things being presented in pairs in this game. And maybe a two-fingered hand is supposed to be part of that. Like, it's still one thing, but it's also composed of two. But they're still the same entity, in a way. Like a two-headed Hydra, in a way. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. So, talk to the nasty lady, who looks very similar to the Crone. Yes, I love that her name is Finger Reader Crone. Just the word crone is so great. Okay, hello crone, maybe.
Are you that new tarnished?
Yes, I'm the badass.
You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader.
Enya's a pretty name.
The words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble.
They're becoming erect.
Welcome you, Shardbear.
They like you. They really like you.
Wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act.
Because there's no one left.
Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
They should, like, the ends of the fingers should, like, spray out a little bit of liquid there at the end. Then it drops down some change for you to take to get an Uber. Sorry. But what's your name? Adia, I think it was. Okay, so she translates the words, and remember we have that one weapon, my silly little, this thing, the cipher pad, the thing that's actually made out of the lettering that is the language of light spoken by the two fingers. And note that we can't actually hear any of it. So I'm guessing they're like speaking with light itself, because that's how it seemed to be described. So I guess you just can't really see it. But supposedly the ladies that have no eyes, because they're just, that's how it works, they can see it, I guess, so they're able to translate it. That's the logic. But it would seem to me that the reason why the Tarnished are being called is because they don't have much of a choice in the matter. Because presumably everyone else has been corrupted, so I guess the Tarnished really are kind of sealed off from the... however things worked with the Erd Tree for some reason. So whether or not we're completely isolated or not, it would seem that we can't be if we show up and we can see the guidance of grace, but the longer that we're here, the less prone we are to it. And remember, Roderica said that she has never seen it before. So she kind of apparently just recently got here. She couldn't see it, but she can communicate with spirits. So again, there might be some sort of thing going on there, where your ability to commune with things that are external to the loop of life and rebirth is what the Tarnished are, and maybe she's just like she's Super Saiya Tarnished, that which is ascended beyond the Tarnished. I don't know, something to think about. There's a lot of things to think about because we don't have any answers yet.
Well, I see.
Her head is big.
Remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Erd Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed.
Ball souls.
These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer.
Sorry, I had to cough.
Fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Okay, so you can trade in the ball souls very carefully. Axe of Godrick. Great axe wielded by Godrick the Grafted. Supposedly this one would actually be pretty good for what I'm doing. But I don't have the stats for it just yet. This golden battle axe is emblazoned with the figure of a beast, representing the strength of Godfrey I, Elden Lord, and Patriarch of the Golden Lineage. Whenever we fought him earlier, I was like, the lion would be like, bonk, oh, my head. It's a lion. It's a cute little lion. It's actually, I think, the other part of his emblem on the tabards, whatever that you wear. Talbards. One is the Erd Tree, the other is this cute little lion. I command thee kneel, for I am the Lord Osgolden. And the other thing is the embodiment of the power that still remained in the dragon's head that was grafted to Godrick's left arm. So, grafted dragon. It's funny that you grab this remembrance, what supposedly is like hewn into the Erd Tree itself, I think she said. And he did this in like the final seconds of his life. But yet somehow this is one of the things that most identifies him. Very strange. The wielder's arm will take the form of a small dragon. Aw, cute. Sprouting sharp dragon fangs at the fist. Oh, he's got little sharp little fangs. Oh, watch out, boys. This weapon cannot be two-handed. Alright. That might be a fun little offhand to try. Only requires 20 strength, but you can't two-hand it, so you absolutely need to have 20 strength for it. I think once I hit 150, and I will hit 150, I'm not doing this 125 shit. Once I hit 150, I will have 20 strength. I'm pretty yes, because I will eventually need, I think, 34 for this as well, apparently. I forgot. But also, more specifically, there is a great sword, a colossal great sword that scales with faith that I will be using probably. That does like percentage health damage, I think is how it works. So I'll end up needing... how much is that? What will be my base? It'll be like 22? No, it won't. I'll have to be 23 at least. So once I have 23, half of 23, gonna be 12. Well, no, because... yeah, 11. 24. Yes, and 23 plus 5. Or minus 5 in this case. So I'm going to need 18 strength exactly. Which I already have right now. But that's the result of me wearing this thing. So I'm actually going to have to pump my strength up a little bit to be able to get to that point. But that's going to involve wearing these Sword Seal. The Sword Seal. By the way, doesn't Scar Seal sound like it's better than a Sword Seal? Because a Sword Seal is like, ooh, that kind of stings. Whereas a Scar Seal, you think, oh, I like lost an arm. I have a scar. But maybe the logic is that a Sword Seal actually feels pain, whereas a Scar Seal is pain used to be there and now it's not. I don't know. They probably could have done that slightly better. Not going to complain too much about it, though. So, that's that. I'll take care of all this stuff eventually. I wonder why this one costs runes, but the other one doesn't. But the mausoleums are the things that you use to duplicate these, but I think there's only 7, I think, in the whole game. So I'm going to have to be very selective about which ones that I actually use to dupe souls with. I'm glad that system exists. It should, as many things, be something that you can keep using in some way. Because again, I'm not a big fan of trying to force players to go to the New Game Plus just to complete things. But whatever. It's FromSoft. Unless you want to cheat, there's no way around it. That's just how they're going to do. But I think I will get the Axe of Godrick, although I can't really use it right now. The Grafted Dragon seems like it would be cute to play around with, though, as well. If you want to shove your hand into his butthole like he's a little sock puppet man, though. Okay. But that's that. Great runes.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika. She who is vessel of the Elden Ring.
So the children
by
of Queen
the
Marika.
strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
Oh, getting excited again.
Will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godrick
Are
the
they?
Grafted was but a distant relation. The
Oh, okay,
runt
that's
of
what you're
the
saying.
litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
He was a bitch. He really was, because supposedly he got all of his power via grafting. Which, grafting was the result of him incorporating Tarnished into his body. Which I don't know if she knows that or not. I don't know how strong that she thought that he was. And I think she just repeats that. She's got a lot of space between her toes, doesn't she? Those are actually kind of nice feet. Not a feet guy, but, you know, they're kind of shaking a little bit. But they're not, like, weird and fucked up. They're not, like, curved in like a lot of people's are. Those are nice. Those are okay feet. Good for you, Ania. Thank you. The fingers often compliment my feet. By the way, if the fingers used to look better than they do now, which, woof, right? Do you think they had, like, long, flowing manes on top of their finger heads? Because they do have, like, you got a little bit of a growth going on up there. You think that, like, Ania would, like, help shave that down, but I guess not. Also, they look kind of rotty. They look kind of rotten. I wonder if that's because the death rune is also affecting them. Again, don't know. I'm gonna really like it whenever I get some core information that allows me to piece all this stuff together. Kind of frustrating otherwise. Now get the fuck out of here.
Words of the fingers guide you.
I'll try, but I can't hear anything. I mean, the fingers do rise. You know, if these things did not have an animation where if it was just like a statue. Like, you know how there's that wolf in Dark Souls 3? Which supposedly does have, like, some very small amount of rigging to it, because it was originally intended to be another Sif reference, because FromSoft is creatively bankrupt. Maybe that's the reason why George got brought on. That thing is presented as just basically just being a statue, because there's just nothing going on. If the fingers had been that, and just sort of just a statue that you walk up in front of, very easily you could have suspected that Ania is just, like, bullshitting you. Oh, I totally hear it. Listen. Oh, there it is. They're saying to go kill more bosses. Go kill more bosses for me. I mean, the fingers. Go kill them for the fingers. And then you would have very strongly suspected that this whole thing was a smokescreen and that everyone was full of shit and you're just doing this for no reason. But just the simple fact that they have a minor... Like, even if they were just this, you would have thought, oh, well, that's weird. I don't know what that is. She's probably lying about it talking. But the fact that they actually do rise up and respond and seem to be doing something, and then she's like, oh, they're talking. That's weird. That at least sells it just enough narratively to allow you to be like, well, okay. There's something going on. I don't much care to think too much about those fingers, though, because they're pretty damn nasty. Alright. Do you still have nothing for me? Still have nothing. I know his questline proceeds from here, but I don't know in what circumstance. I need to go find Sorcerer Roger. So I'm going to do all that. I'm going to try to track down him and a bunch of other NPCs. I'm going to mark a bunch of stuff all over my maps, and then we'll move on from there. Also, wow, video game. Isn't it weird how all these little things, the little places where all those weapons are stored, it kind of looks very colorful, like a bunch of Captain Crunch has been stapled to the walls or something. But whenever you actually look at it, or get close to it, it goes away. Maybe I'm losing my mind. But if you get too close, it starts fading away. You can just see it very lightly at the bottom there. Then as soon as you get too close, yeah, it just goes away. Huh, I wonder what that is. Probably some sort of weird rendering artifact. Anyways, that's all I needed. Okay, so in the next part, I'll have all the stuff mapped out, and then we'll take it from there. So hope you enjoyed watching me get my ass kicked at level fucking 800. Level 76. Level 76 that one time. I'm going to be so glad to actually finally... First thing I'm going to do probably in the next part is get to those ball bearings. The ball bearing that will allow me to continue buying stuff. So that I can actually upgrade things consistently. Although even then I won't have access to the upgrade path beyond that. God, I hate this upgrade system. Anyways, alright, enough of that. Alright, see you guys next time. Goodbye. Hey. But seriously, the upgrade system fucking sucks. It really does. Alright, bye-bye. Okay, never mind. I completely forgot there's a bunch of stuff I didn't actually do. Like, doing all the stuff under Stormveil. So, it's the middle of the night, I'm tired, I want to get this done. What do you mean I could do it later? No, I need to do it now. Also, check this shit out. Look at all these fucking map markers. Look how crazy this is. This is all the stuff that I eventually have to do. I ran out. You only get 100. In order to actually mark all the stuff I would need to do, I would probably need like 200 markers. It's absolutely crazy. So I ended up having to do things like say to myself, okay, there's a bonfire, there's a point of grace here around this area, but there's also like an enemy nearby, so if I mark the enemy, then I'll probably just find the point of grace, because it's very close, so there's no sense in doing that. So I tried to just put everything unless it's like something where it was an area that I knew that I had no experience with at all. Like, for example, I know the Great Mace is going to be here, so I don't bother marking it. Whereas, like, I know there's actually like 4 things in this area, but like marking 2 of them is like, okay, just remember, there's multiple things here. So, mental shortcuts, it's fantastic. Also, this dude, Roger, is right here. Looking kind of nasty. Looking pretty nasty. Very nasty, in fact. What you doing down there, buddy? You jerking off under the blanket? Is that what all the gnats are for? Or maybe this is diaper. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this. He's just wearing a gigantic diaper, and he's been very busy. Oops! Sorry. It's getting a little late.
We meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
Okay. I've already got all this stuff. Alright, that's weird. Alright, let's talk about D first.
So you've met D. D is
Yeah,
my
I have.
friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for 2 friends.
So, that sounds kind of like he's more curious about death as opposed to D, who fucking hates it. Interesting.
He was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
I think I finally understand the golden centipede thing, because I think that the curse mark, like the part of the Elden ring. Oh, this part I really don't. He calls it an ancient symbol. This is what confuses me. But the actual rune that composed what the rune of death looked like, I think was like split in 2 or something. So it used to be symmetrical, now it's asymmetrical. And it sort of looks like a centipede. So the golden centipede, why it has to be golden, I don't know. Although gold in this universe does seem to be sort of a, I don't know, like a preservative? I don't know how to describe it. But it contains things and keeps them as they are. Universal conductor. I don't know. I don't know if it has anything to do with it. Maybe the fact that it's a golden centipede is like saying that it has stagnated in some way. Yeah. But that's probably why it looks that way. He referred to it as an ancient symbol, which makes it that more confusing, because if the Elden Ring's shattering just happened within like the past couple of decades even, then why would it be an ancient symbol? Unless the whole creation of the death rune thing that was going down, if that was something that happened a long time ago, and the Night of Black Knives happened a long, long time ago, but the Elden Ring itself didn't actually shatter until then. But if the Rune of Death was part of the Elden Ring, which maybe it wasn't, it's kind of hard to tell, then that would be that much more confusing. If it wasn't, then it doesn't matter, and the Elden Ring could have shattered just very recently. If it's It's also possible that a little bitty piece broke off and it didn't shatter until very recently. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Also, kind of looks like some spines or... Hold on. Kind of looks like you got some death root erupting out of your pants. They probably could have covered that a little bit better. I mean, his knee is just blatantly out there. That side too. That side too. So probably the reason why his bottom half is covered up is probably because he's got something going on that he shouldn't.
Oh, still need something?
What have you been up to?
Ah, you defeated Godrick and claimed yourself a great
Yeah, I'm cool.
Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
Where were you keeping that? Oh, wow. +8. Jeez. Well, that's definitely going to raise my matchmaking. So much for that. May as well go grab that other +8 thing while I'm at it.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Okay. Well, don't let D see you like that if that's what I think it is.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Roger got into Deathroot, and he's like growing bottom Deathroot out of his butt. Go look.
Roger, you know, the
Yeah.
piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thoughts,
Okay, so he knows.
muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them.
Okay. They didn't really explain much, other than we get the impression that Roger is doing something in regards to the Rune of Death that he should not have been doing. And maybe he's trying to incorporate something into his very being that he shouldn't be doing. Need to talk to you. Let's talk to your horrible, horrible father
You've
first.
received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then I
More
bid
than
you
that, my
welcome.
friend.
As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and
Ofnir.
become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of
Not sure
fellows.
that's how that works.
As such, I ask that you remain constant.
I don't think you can become all-knowing by just reading a bunch of books written by other people that themselves have very limited knowledge. It's not really how the totality of all knowledge works.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors
No.
of the great runes, the shard bearers.
Yeah.
We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including
Oh,
the
yeah.
one we defeated. Godrick
Well, I know
the
that
Grafting,
one, too.
Lord of Stormveil, General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the volcano manor of Mount
Melania.
Gelmir. Morgoth, the Grace-given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after
So
more
Renala's
great
probably going to be
runes,
the next one up.
won't you?
And then you can ask about them. Yep. I was doing some thinking. If the Elden Ring shattering maybe doesn't apply to just the Tarnished, it can mean that absolutely everybody can't die. But that wouldn't really stand whenever so many NPCs that you run across you can just kill. Or they die, like, we just got through running into what's his face. I don't know, fucking Hunter. And his tomboy GF was very dead. She didn't like revive and be like, oh, thank goodness for the... And she was also tarnished, which especially makes no sense. Like, she didn't pop back up and go, thank goodness for the Elden Ring being shattered for the time being. Ooh, I'm gonna shake that one off. But then again, she was supposedly killed by the Bloody Fingers, I think, who are based out of that whatever Redmane Castle, I think. No, that's a different place. Redmane's down in Caelid. The Volcano Manor. They're based out of that, and I think they might have the ability to completely destroy Tarnished. Maybe? Another thing I'll have to look more into, I guess. But anyways, point being, characters are dying left and right. So the idea that no one can die because of the Elden Ring being shattered, it doesn't really hold a lot of weight. But I just went over that, about how FromSoft is really bad about saying... It's really bad about little narrative dissonance. Where it's saying that everyone is dying, or this is what happens whenever you die, and then that doesn't happen at all. It's just bullshit. So, let's talk about Godrick, since he's already dead. And he's basically just an Ona hole lying on the ground at the moment.
So, Godrick the Grafted, Lord of Stormveil. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
I wonder what he says if... Because you can go kill one of the other ones first. Even though that's somewhat unlikely. Probably getting Renala first is probably the second most likely. So he would probably say something a little bit different. Let's talk about her next.
The Academy of
Is she hot?
lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the Amber Egg.
God, I'm gonna have to replay this.
Gift to her.
God, I really have to replay all that. That was way too much.
The Academy of Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala
Yeah,
is
right.
queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy.
Right, been over that
Her
before.
great rune dwells within the egg she so dearly
It skipped all of it. God fucking damn it. It skipped over all the parts that I didn't quite understand. So she, like, divorced someone, or, no, someone else divorced her, and then became... I don't know, I'll have to look it up later, I guess. FromSoft, can you stop doing this? Like, I would have to replay the whole game to hear that again. Hold on. I'm gonna fix this problem. I have the perfect way of dealing with this. And it's called looking up shit online. Oh ho ho ho. Is that the beginning of Hi Ho? I don't know why I had that in my head. Okay. About Renala. But Renala herself, who is the Queen of the Carian Royals, and we just went over the Carian household or estate is up above in the north, kind of above the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. So she is not blood related to Marika. Her beloved Radagon No, Radagon is not the same person as Radahn. Those are different people. I have absolutely no idea who Radagon is. This name similarity, that needs to stop. I'm kind of convinced that actually is probably George R.R. Martin. That also seems like something that he would do. It's like the two of them. Miyazaki as well. They're joining forces to make the most incomprehensible list of characters in the universe. Okay, her beloved Radagon, whoever that is, left her to become Queen Marika's second husband. So, Marika was alive at the time that she divorced. Okay. To become, taking the title King Consort. So Radagon was the one that became King Consort. That's who I was remembering earlier. Although, how did he come up? Oh, whatever. The Great Rune dwells within the Amber Egg. That was Radagon's gift to her. Okay, that's super confusing. Why would he have a fragment of the Elden Ring when that's something that supposedly just happened? And especially considering that the Elden Ring supposedly shattered after Marika was killed or something? Or incapacitated? I'm not sure what exactly happened to her, but she's not supposed to be around anymore. Well, I guess that could still work, because he could have... Well, that would mean that he's a demigod, though. So isn't that incest? Wouldn't he have to be like a child America and then turn around and end up marrying his own mother or grandmother? Probably so. But even that aside, I guess he could have... Oh, this is so complicated and stupid. Okay, he could have, at some point, for some reason, left Rennala, married his mother, or whatever. I'm sure that's probably wrong, but whatever. And then later on, much later on, all this shit goes down. He collects a Great Rune after the Elden Ring was shattered, which was, I guess, fairly recently, considering that all these people that shouldn't be alive anymore. Then again, people could be thousands of years old. I don't know. Because if everyone is not dying, then I guess they could be, but they don't act like they're thousands of years old. Anyways, this is so frustrating. But the Elden Ring could have been shattered, and then he was like, oh, a Great Rune. I'll put this inside of an Amber Egg for some reason. Even though it could just not be inside of it. And then he gives it to her as like, you're still pretty cool, lady. And he gives it to her. Like, fairly recently. That could still work? Oh. Jeez Louise, what a mess. Well, let's keep going. Let's talk about Radahn, who is, in fact, not Radagon.
Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Malenia and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though,
wow, you don't know much.
He much resembles his former self anymore.
Yeah, he has a tiny horse. Well, technically he's this big. His horse is the same. Even though people are like, he learned gravity magic so he could keep riding his little horsey. That horse looks miserable. Like, we will eventually come across him. That horse, it looks like it has broken bones, and it is just struggling to even barely crawl. So, no one come to me like, oh, it's so cute that he did that for his real horse, so it'd be comfortable. That horse is in agony. Also, shouldn't that horse be dead? Or is that horse also cursed with undeath? Whatever. You know what? Fuck you, Elden Ring. This shit is fucking nonsense. Anyway, alright. Godrick, Radahn. Rickard and Morgott, I know nothing at all about these two. Like, not a damn thing. But Radahn, also, Radahn is the Red Lion. And I think that the pictures that we've been seeing are probably Godfrey. But he also is always depicted with a lion, but that one's a white lion. So it's just that much more confusing. Because they are paintings of what I think is Godfrey, but they're inside of Godrick's castle, and they're depicting him with a white lion, but Radahn is the red lion, but Radahn has a name that sounds a lot like Radagon? What was his name? Yeah, Radagon. Fuck. Had to say fuck away from the microphone, I was so annoyed. Alright, Rickard. Rykard.
He is a ruthless justiciar who runs a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir,
What does he, curl up?
lies in the west
And
of the
hiss?
Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
How? What? God damn you. Okay, he's Lord of the Volcano Manor on Gelmir. Great. He's a Justicar. Alright, he says it lies in the west of the the Atlas Plateau is the realm of the Erd Tree. Well, yeah, in a very general sense. I mean, it's like 20 kilometers away from it, but still, I guess you could say that it's the general realm of it. But yeah, it's west of it, technically. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. I keep noticing that they don't actually bother describing who's fighting one another. Like, they don't say, oh, Rickard was actually fighting Radahn at the time, or whatever. Like, they do with, excuse me, they do with Radahn and this Millennia person. I think Millennia is the lady everyone, like, wants to fuck that's not the doll. I don't know anything about her, other than her general appearance. She's in, like, the opening cutscene eating shit, I think. But other than that, it doesn't really mention what exactly is happening in regards to all this. Just the demigods were fighting each other, or maybe someone else? I don't know. Okay, but it was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Why? Who was it being fought against? What was... Like, the Shattering supposedly was all of them vying to become the Elden Lord by using their own fragments of the Elden Ring, I think? Rickard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy. How? In what way? Because you've been accusing a lot of people... Like, there's been a lot of people that have been accused of blasphemy so far. Most of the people that are inside of this place themselves are committing blasphemy in various ways. Like, I was buying spells from a guy earlier who was like, wow, this is blasphemous. Oh well, here you go. I'll learn it too. Alright, so he marked himself as an enemy, never be forgiven. You know what, that's great, good for him. I'm glad that this is all clearing up.
The grace given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I don't have 2 yet. As soon as I get a hold of Renala, then I guess I will be able to. So Renala's Great Rune is actually not hers at all, it's this Radagon person. That's kind of interesting, I guess. I have fought Renala before. And boy, that's going to be an adventure. Kind of annoying, too. It was as a strength build, certainly. So if... You would think that this Morgott person would be the most difficult of the bosses that he has named here. If they're the lord of the actual capital city itself. And right at the heart of the Erd Tree. The Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there until we acquire enough great runes. That's like 2. Like, in order to repair the Elden Ring, supposedly we need 2 great runes? You mean to tell me this whole time, absolutely no one, like none of the people that have a rune were able to get rid of the other one? Really? Well, whatever. Alright. Oh, Elden Ring. Oh, it's like trying to eat cancer. Okay, what about you?
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Round Table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormveil.
Why's your last name different?
I have something for you. I found it in
Oh wait,
Godrick's
she was
grafting
probably
grounds.
adopted.
You defeated him. You should have it. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
Neat. So even though I was there scouring that place with my binoculars, I couldn't find it. Thanks. Makes me wonder what else I missed. Although that's probably just a plot thing. She does look nice. She is in fact the brown tomboy that I've been looking for. You would think, yeah, you'd think that her name would be Niflheim Ofnir if she was actually his daughter. So I guess she would have to be adopted.
Yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's
Yeah,
in the
okay,
study.
foster father.
The room Ensha's guarding just over there. If you haven't already,
Ensha, the edgelord.
I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while.
Not much of a leader. And he doesn't really do any leading, especially when everyone's just off doing their own thing, and usually getting into trouble.
Time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Yeah. Okay. So the next step in her thing is actually to go back to the tutorial area. Probably nothing for him? No, okay. Is to go back to the tutorial area. Which I will not be doing just yet. Because that requires me to go up to this area first so I can take a teleporter to go all the way back down here, I think it is. I think that's where the tutorial actually is. Okay. But that's not an option for me because I have to go down to the bottom of Stormveil. Get that over with. Did you hear that, horsey? He's got to go under Stormveil. Alright. This way. I get the feeling I'm gonna get angry about this. I don't know what it is. Actually, I know exactly what it is. It's because the thing that's down here is one of my least favorite kinds of enemies in the game because it's big, it occupies the entirety of the room that you're in, and it loves to grab you. Come on. No, I'm not playing this stupid little game with you. Where you try to bait me into fighting multiples of you at the same... Oh, whatever. Just stay under there. Here, I'll take care of this one first. They're just out of range. Okay. Here, let me fix this problem for you. You too. Look, I know what you're going to try to do. Motherfucker. Think I can't fix this problem? I'm gonna sit there, pretend to be asleep long enough so that whenever I'm going down, you can attack me and knock me off? Bitch. Alright. Down we go. Boy, do I not... I don't like trying to make sense of the timeline of this universe. Because that shit makes no sense to me at all. Oh, I hate that. Oh, fuck you, you fucking rats. God damn you, fucking rats. God fucking damn you. Hate you little shitheads. Can't even reliably do the fucking shield counter thing. Because they attack too goddamn fast. This one is a little bit slower. I really hate the rats in this game. They feel much worse than they used to be in 3. I don't know what it is. They kind of feel like they have this same exact moveset, but they're still just awful. Poison Bloom. And this is Rancor Call. I don't remember what this is. I think it's an ash. Is it? No, it's probably a spell. I know there's a little icon that tells you what it's going to be, but I don't know what the... Like, I don't recognize the icon, so it's completely worthless. Rancor Call. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances potency. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. Good old Garrus. I forgot to equip my great rune. Doesn't really matter a lot, but... Because I never actually use my rune arcs. I completely forget that system even exists. How many of those stupid things do I even have? 99. I've been doing too much co-op. Okay, so this horrible, horrible thing is down here. I'm also carting around almost 20,000 runes, which is just, you know, just lovely. I really appreciate that. Let me just top this off fast. That's great. I love losing this. It's fantastic. Okay, I don't need you. I don't know if I can even summon anything down here. Probably just need something to tank. I don't think anything like this is going to die too quickly, so probably either the Fanged Imp Ashes again, or probably Soldier Ashes. Probably Soldier Ashes. Okay. Oh good, it's not actually summonable. Love this enemy. Love this enemy. Love the way it just flails around wildly. It's almost completely incomprehensible. Just flops on the ground. Enemies that just lie down and that's their attack. Those are my favorite. Jesus, he has so much health. Where in the world is the... Here, it's the front end. God. Oh, that is so much health. Oh, here we go. Yep, nothing I can do about that. So I'm probably gonna do that horrible grab. Oh, well at least bleed kicked in. Just keep doing this because I'm bitch. Bitch for bitch. Bitch move for bitch. I hate those enemies. Definitely one of those Elden Ring styled enemies where they're the size of a house and you just can't tell what the hell's going on. Okay. Well, lots of dead bodies down here. It looks like some of them have actually been put into something. Not a coffin, like some sort of sleeve or something, and then slid down here, maybe? Like, pushed all the way down here? Dead rat. Yeah, there's more of them. Yeah. Maybe they were floating. Maybe that's what happened down here. Like this was actually filled up with water at some point and they were sent down here as though they were, like they were being pushed along on these little bitty rafts, I suppose. Like a death at sea sort of style thing. No, obviously not sea, but you know. I'm not really sure. Maybe they were offerings. But if they were offering, they look like they were already dead whenever they were sent down here. Not sure what was going on. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Smoldering butterfly. Nothing amazing. Stone sword key. Appreciate it. And a bunch of throwing daggers. Quite amazing. Okay, well, nothing much to see down here, then. Yep. Did not care for that. I did not care for that. Okay. Weirdo face again. With big vagina eyes. Always appreciated. And nipple forehead. Which leads into rock. Awesome. Also, Deathroot mouth. That's rough, buddy. It looks like you had a rough time of it. Prince of Death's pustule. What the fuck? What the hell was that? Key item? Key item? Not key item. Not key item. It wouldn't be a consumable. What the hell is this thing? What is it? I'm gonna have to look it up. Oh, it's a talisman. They do a really bad job of this. There's this too much clutter. The UI in this game is pretty bad. Like, it used to be... well, it didn't used to be fine, but it used to be comparatively... like, it was still bad back in, like, Demon Souls and Dark Souls and all that. It's just that they have kept bloating everything with more and more and more and more, to the point where it's become way too much. Prince of Death's pustule. A faded pustule taken from facial flesh. So I guess from this thing over here. Raises vitality. Of course it does. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. Okay. So I guess that makes some degree of sense. It is said that the pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death. He who used to be called Godwin. Oh wait. What? No. Oh my god. Please don't start. Oh, no. Oh. So, there's a Godfrey, Godrick, now Godwin. Fuck you. There's going to be another one, isn't there? There's going to be like 4 or 5 of these things. Alright. So, the Prince of Death used to be called Godwin. As first dead of the demigods, it said he's buried deep under the capital, at the Erdtree's roots. Okay, wait. This pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he used to be called Godwin. So shouldn't this be the visage of Godwin? Then I suppose this actually is not a corpse or anything, it's just whatever a visage is in the context of this universe. Well, and if you remember, I've already actually climbed this ladder. I actually came down this ladder the other way, and it leads to that area where you could jump on the top of that little tree and then roll into a little area that's right above the spot where those gargoyle things are. Ugh. Okay. Let's go... I think I have to go talk to Roger now. So we'll see what he has to say.
Always good to see you.
Roger. I saw a weird face.
What do you need?
Man, those legs do not look good. You think he's turning into a skeleton? About the corpse under Stormveil.
Corpse under Stormveil. That
Oh,
is a
yeah.
sacred relic of the Black Knives
Okay.
plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring.
Okay, thank you.
Someone stole a
Long
fragment
before.
of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night,
What?
murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just look all that up again, because boy did he go. And of course it was filled with a bunch of god names. So... Alright, the misshapen corpse, it was a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night assassin. So apparently he's a big fan of the actual assassination that happened. Like the Night of Black Knives that supposedly... It's so weird that he's here. Although it is true that this is a haven for Tarnished, because What's-His-Face was complaining about this. That Tarnished do show up, but they don't actually give a shit about the whole... like vanquishing the demigods for the Great Rune and stuff. They don't give a shit about it. And he's like, I wish we could get rid of them. But he'll still allow them to stay just the same. So I guess Tarnished that want to have nothing at all to do with one another's ambitions, and that's the reason why that they have to hang up all their weapons, because they're just in such stark disagreement with one another. To the point that you have people that are, like, in contrast, complete enemies, or should be. Like, D is down there, they used to be good friends, and now Rogier looks like he's trying to turn himself into an undead, or something. Not quite sure what's going on. So they should be blood enemies. It happened during the Golden Age of the Erd Tree. The Golden Age of the Erd Tree was short-lived, as I recall. One of the item descriptions says that it's short-lived. Long before the shattering of the Elden Ring, which, again, may have been recently. Someone, unspecified, stole a fragment. Stole a fragment of it. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death. Not the Rune of Death itself, but a fragment of it? Why would they have just a fragment? What exactly is the Rune of Death, anyways? Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith the Black Blade. Who the hell is Malekith the Black Blade? And why do they have it? And on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. So, Godwyn is the name that the God of Death used to have? But no one calls him that anymore for some reason. I know a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. No, wait. Which one is which? There's... God damn it, which one is which? No, Godfrey. Godfrey is the other one. Godrick, Godfrey, Godwyn. Yes, okay. Godwyn is the god of death. Why would he be known as Godwyn the Golden if he's the god of death? And Godfrey was the... Godfrey... What was Godfrey's little title that he had? I don't... Has he had one yet? Just the first Elden Lord, I guess. So Godwyn the Golden, who also is... Or maybe became the god of death, I don't know. Was the first recorded death in history of a demigod. That became the catalyst. Soon the Elden Ring was smashed. What do you mean, soon? What? Ugh! Listen to this. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Like 3 sentences later, soon the Elden Ring was smashed. What do you mean, soon? You just said it happened a long time ago. Which is which? Fuck you. Jesus Christ. And thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. There has to be some dumb asinine reason why they're being... It can't be just that it's really poorly written. It has to be like, oh, there's like some sort of like time thing going on where time is convoluted. And it happened a long time ago, but it actually is happening right now, or like something like that. Like there has to be some dumbass thing going on like that. Because this makes no goddamn sense. Long before the shattering of the Elden Ring, soon the Elden Ring was smashed. What is your relative, like, understanding of time, my friend? I just took a dump 1,000 years ago. Soon I will take a dump again. In the future, 1 billion years from now. Oops, there it is now. Don't look. Thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. Great. I am somehow even more confused about the timeline of this than I stopped a few hours ago. I once wished to become a scholar. Great. It's been scoring for the faithful plot. The world is growing crooked. You better understand what happened and make it this way. And I think the blame is the shape I'm in. Like, he makes it clear he was not alive during the time. I urge that must caution, don't disturb the corpse more than necessary. That thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. So apparently he was down there. He didn't have to fight anything. But he was down there stomped around. And that... I guess he disturbed the corpse. Maybe more than was necessary. And now that's why his feetsies are all... what they are? Oh, I don't know. Okay, whatever. Do you have anything to say about this mess? No, okay. And I do know that I have to go talk to Fia about this. Which you would think, why?
Have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
He's praying to Queen Marika so that he can help kill a god?
You, is it? I didn't
what you doing, buddy?
You there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
Give him a little kiss on the forehead. Who's a good boy? What you doing?
I
know.
To you, tarnished lot, but my prayers
I didn't do nothing.
And mine alone.
Well, all right.
I've had my say. I'll be more careful too.
Well, you are praying for the death of gods. But who isn't these days, am I right? Alright. Well, we'll let him be him. Whenever I got back, he said something like, you have that look in your eye like you've toppled an adversary that you had your eye on, or something like that.
I'm pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yeah, fuck up my health points, please. Let's watch it go down.
Come closer.
Keep your eye on the health bar.
You are so very warm.
Hell yeah, baby. There goes. Got another one of these stupid things. I'll be sure to use it. These things are next to worthless. They raise your poise. Which you think, oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's nice. But any enemy in this game where you would need the poise to be able to like, power through it, this doesn't actually affect. Like, especially a boss, it's just going to laugh. Like, oh, you raised your poise by 50 points or whatever it is. I don't care. Like, get staggered. Like, it's not going to do anything. And you're probably not going to use this against a bunch of shitty enemies, so there's not really any point to it. I guess if you're coming into a room in which there's a bunch of mid-sized enemies, that might be a problem. Like, even against the Banished Knights that I was fighting in the last part, I don't think even those guys it probably wouldn't affect them either. It's just not really useful. There's probably some very, very specific thing. Okay, baby. You want some pillow talk? Did you know?
Dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient
Dude,
plot
don't talk about other
in which
guys.
the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke.
Wow, she's kind of sharing some uncool information. One, talking about other guys that she's had in her bed. Two, like, sharing very personal information about their emotional states. Anyways, tell me more.
I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so.
Black Knife Print Bob. Here's the... Are you fucking kidding me? In fact, here's a hand-drawn map. I just so happen to have this. Shh, don't tell.
But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the round table hold.
Perhaps a dumb crippled bitch.
You could make use of it.
If you want in this purse, you found it. Yeah, I found it. Where could I have found it? Why is it so wet? Okay, thanks. Do I dare talk to you again?
To see you again. Would you like me to? The blessing is still aflame. Would you like to?
No, get away from me.
My dear.
Begone, thought. What if I get to use it right now in front of her? Yes, I can. Wow, I still have the debuff too. Maybe it lasts until the effect actually goes away.
Would you like me?
Okay, so she can do it right away. That is so weird. There it goes, okay. Whoa, I had to talk to her and then it went away. It's weird. Okay. Well, anyways. Okay. I should probably look at that ridiculous looking map that she gave me. Actually, it's probably back here. Yep, sure is. It kind of looks like a little man. Like a little stick man. I know it's not, but the like that canyon or whatever, it kind of just looks like a dude with like a misshapen head, and he's got like little arms, and one of his arms is like really long, and it's next to a perfectly drawn tower. Like, it's exactly the same thing that's from the map that you have. Like, she stamped it on there. And there's something about this is, like, really cute. But also really pathetic. And someone might give him a clue to whereabouts of the Black Knife print. So it is right up here. And we have actually seen that already in this very playthrough, because I rode up and I was like, oh yeah, I decided to turn around because there's a big glowing man standing right in front of it. Alright. Wow. Well, that was a pain in the ass. Is there anything else I would... Yes, there is like one or two things I would like to do real fast just to get them out of the way. Obviously, I'm not going to have the time to go across doing all this shit. Prioritize. What do I want to do? I would like to grab the tree spear, because that scales with faith. There are so many things I've got to tiptoe around now. And also... this probably. I've got to go around and find all the waypoints and stuff as well, which is going to be a pain in the butt. But that one right there, I'm pretty sure. Let me check something real fast. Make sure I'm not going to waste my time. Wasting time on this channel. Okay, there are so many of these things you have to... Alright. Yeah, I need the Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing number 1. The way they handled this is so bad. Like, even the Stone Miner's Bell Bearing number 1 actually controls number 1 and number 2 smithing stones. And also glintstone scrap for some reason. And then Stone Miner's Bell Bearing number 2 controls 3 and 4. And so forth and so on. It is not the best system. It could be a little bit better. It could be slightly better. Alright. Yes, it is indeed that one. I just wanted to confirm. Therefore, let's start here, go get the tree spear real fast, then jump up there. Then I will try to get that one done as quickly as possible. But we will see. We shall see. There's just so much to get done. Oh, there's so much to get... I forget this one always points me south. Hello, boys. Oh, man. I'm gonna be in this lake area for quite a while. Which is kind of bad news for my frame rate, because it does not like this lake area. Something about the shaders in this game. There's actually a couple of mods that people have made already that purportedly try their best to fix... Don't. I knew it. They try to fix things like this, but you can get banned for using them, of course, because FromSoft. Tree spear! No. No. Don't jump straight up there, you clod. Not you two. No. I was talking to... Well, I'm talking to both of you. You don't need to be doing it either. Whoa. Frame rate. And he doesn't want to go down, doesn't he? Just here. God. Well, whatever. You just keep glitching out through that... Come on. Amazing. Truly amazing. A fight fit for gods. Okay, anyways. Tree spear. Oh, wait, this is Sword's Guardian Sorcery. It just looks very, very similar to it. Tree spear? Tree spear. Why does it have its own... Why does it have its own character? Oh, it's a great spear. Excuse me. Of course it is. How foolish of me. Golden spear with tree-like design. Yeah, I don't see it. Wielded by knights employed as palace guards in the royal capity of Lindell. So apparently this thing was in Lindell, and for some reason it was going this way when they finally got here and like, oh, the bridge doesn't exist anymore. Ooh. Deals holy damage, requiring superior dexterity to wield. This great spear can perform consecutive thrust attacks despite its larger size. Ooh. So I might be mucking about with this. Please let its AR. One, please don't allow it to be another weapon that is... Okay, I kind of see where they're going. Like the handle, sort of. And it has like a little bit of a leaf motif. So it's a little bit stupid looking. But it's not that bad. It's more ceremonial looking. It's not like the scythe over here. Whoops. It's not like the scythe. Like, wings! How are you going to cut anything like that? Wings! Like, the fact that even one of the wings is, like, much shorter than the other one. I know because it's trying to be a scythe. it's not going to be a weapon either way. Why did you have to make it... Anyways, I wouldn't say it's much better, but yeah, it's better. Wow, that was a big freeze video game. Could you do a little bit better? And it has been said that disabling easy anti-cheat goes a long way to fixing problems, which I don't doubt at all because it's easy anti-cheat and it's kind of just a pile of shit. But let's see, what is my AR? 243 right now. That could be pretty good if it gets upgraded. I hope that it doesn't use the goddamn somber smithing stones. Getting mighty tired of those. Even though they're not more common than smithing stones, but it's much easier to upgrade a boss weapon than it is a normal weapon. For God knows what reason. Why exactly they made the boss weapons only go up to plus 10 and then made the ordinary ones go up to plus fucking 25, I have no idea. They made a lot of erroneous decisions in this game. Don't criticize Elden Ring. It's the greatest video game ever made. Game of the year. Do you think this game, like, legit, do you think it'll get Game of the Year? I'm sure that it will, but do you think it deserves Game of the Year? Like, the main... It's not a matter of whether or not it deserves Game of the Year. It's more just, what else would? You know, right? Because obviously this is like a 9 out of 10 game, or a 8 point something, like a very high 8. It doesn't have, like, catastrophic flaws or anything. But also, holy shit, could they stop fucking things up as much as they're doing? There's nothing... Wow, there's, like, nothing in between these two things. I guess there's that one little spot, and that's it. Yeah, there's this. Is there really just... Is this whole area just a big empty void of content? Is there just nothing around? Ah, yes, a dragonfly, of course. Hello, friend. You're never bothersome. Oh, it's a waypoint. I wonder where the hell that thing goes. Let me check real fast. I am curious. I'm not going to use it. I'm absolutely not going to use it. Waygate, excuse me. I don't know why I called it a waypoint. Where do you go? It goes to Liurnia East, the western side, by the northern Liurnia, so nothing I need. It's kind of worthless, actually. Unless it's just really, really, really far away. I've already marked everything over there, so it shouldn't really matter. Ah, jellyfish. Something that has been noted is that jellyfish... I think some of them might actually even appear only at night, and whenever it becomes daytime, they get replaced by, you know, annoying flies. One of them is angry. But I have noticed that they are usually associated with the dead. Like, they're not always next to graveyards, but they are, I think, almost always next to skeletons that rise up out of the ground. Why? I do not know over there. So I wonder if I rode through here and angered all of them. No, I didn't hear any skeletons that time. There could be, but I'm not going to stick around to find out. Considering now that they're all pissed off. But I'm going to assume that there's skeletons in the area. What exactly the link between those things is, I have no idea. Although, we did get our jellyfish ash from the lady that is the ghost talker, essentially. So maybe there is some sort of correlation between jellyfish and communication with the dead, or, you know, just something of that nature. How close? It's right here. This is further in than I thought. Yeah, here we are. Alright, wonder how fast I can do this. Because the faster I can do this, the faster I can get back to needlessly upgrading my garbage. There is no point of grace right here. Okay, let's go back up. Then go back down. Because I wanted to see if... yeah, there's something over there. Come on. I think you can actually just drop off the edge. It doesn't actually matter. Yeah, there's something in here. Cracked crystal. More cracked crystal. Oh, Tree Spear, I hope that you are better than the Wing Scythe. I've tried very hard to use other things, and they just cannot be upgraded enough right now. Something I'm also incredibly eager to get a hold of is, yes, this area, this area, this area. Something else I've been very, very eager to get a hold of. 2 hits, that's not a great sign. Okay, good. Oh, he jiggling. He jiggling back there. Commands to jiggling. Summer Smithing Stone. Alright, calm down, calm down, calm down. There you go, okay. Oh, I hope whenever I die, whenever they find me, like a month later, you know, after the cats have eaten most of me, I hope that I'm not jiggling like crazy. I said that I also was looking forward on getting something, but I can't remember what... Oh, the thing that will allow me to actually change any of my ashes to sacred. Which I need to look that back up, because I think that's a long time from now. Man, he was just bleeding blue all over the place. That maybe remember, I don't keep track of this anymore. The NCAA men's tournament. I live in Kentucky, so that's supposed to be a big deal here. Digger's Staff. I used to keep track of the Kentucky Wildcat basketball program, men's basketball, because that's the thing in Kentucky, unless you're in Louisville. Digger's Staff. And I've not been a fan since 2015, after that Wisconsin loss. Not because it was the end of an undefeated season, or should have been an undefeated season. It's more that during the whole season, like, they are this close to losing. And I was thinking, they had the talent to be undefeated, but wow. The, Calipari cannot coach worth a shit. And that has remained true to this day. He cannot coach worth a shit. Like, his X and O's are... may as well be... P's and Po's. I don't know. Something else. Something that rhymes that would be cute. I kept thinking of things, and it's like, well, one of those is a word. But the Po part doesn't make any sense at all. Anyways, they lost in the first round to... like St. John's or something? I forget who it is. I think yesterday. So he's been getting derided since then. But his whole thing is that he doesn't actually care about championships, but in Kentucky, that's the thing everyone cares about. We don't give a shit about SEC tournament wins, or SEC titles, or like anything conference related, really. Like, there are 2 things that we want. Go undefeated the whole season, and if you can't do that, just get an NCAA title. And if you can't do that, get a Final Four. Although we'll be very unhappy about the Final Four. That's the irrational mentality that every Kentucky fan actually has. And he doesn't want to win anything. He just wants to shepherd in a bunch of high school kids that are going to go to the NBA anyways, and then send them off to the NBA in like 1 or 2 years, which even that's become kind of useless because the NBA is taking steps to have more introductory leagues. And then Cal acts like he has somehow been the sole reason why they're getting into the NBA. Like, I've sent so many people, I've made so many millionaires. That's an actual statement that he's made. Like, motherfucker, you haven't done jack shit. They were gonna go there regardless. You just gave them the fucking keys to your trailer. Like, you just let them have a place to stay before they moved on. You haven't done a damn thing. Anyways. Bleeding blue made me think of that, sorry. Let's continue murdering. Smithing stone 2. Oh, I love doing... I kind of... Like, I don't really like the jumping attack, how effective it is in this game. Because everyone's like, does do jumping attacks. It's a little too effective. I wonder if I could jump up and grab those somehow. It's a little bit too effective. So it's very common in co-op to just see everyone just... and just jumping up and down, just bunny hopping, attacking everything. Because it's just so goddamn effective. And I've noticed some people, even during the LP, are like, "You don't do jumping attacks enough." Like, I don't want to. Like, I want to. Ugh. Motherfucker, you shouldn't have even been a part of that. Mind your own business. See, he's up to no good too. No. I'm gonna keep doing it under the... No, you're not gonna do that. But I like the fact that combat is, like, grounded and you're using sensible decisions and determining your, like, the amount of spacing that you have, and of course not so much these days. Spending Stones 3. Like, I like that. Like, it's about footsies, it's about trying to control the very small amount of distance that you have between you and your enemy before it does a Bloodborne attack where it just loses its mind and covers the entire arena in damage and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, like a good FromSoft game. Completely negating every aspect of combat and completely delegitimizing every element of it in the process. Like a good FromSoft game. So, doing jumping attacks constantly kind of shuts a lot of that off. Not because it's undefeatable or anything, just because, you know, you're not gauging distance or anything, you're just running at something and then doing that. And then if it doesn't get staggered, then in co-op, you know, it probably will eventually be staggered once your friends fly in like eagles from the other side and plow into it as well. I've done this a lot in co-op, but for some reason I don't really remember anything about it. It's kind of funny that there's the elevators. The first time you go down, the first thing you're going to do, though, is always just check these 2 tunnels. Because there's always... Oh, yeah, this one. Because there's always something. And this one panics me every time. Because there's actually an item down here. You can barely see it right there. Somber Smithing Stone 3. And it looks like you will die. It really does look like you will die if you do that. But you, in theory, will not. You just come very, very close. That's all. Okay. Now, because I did that, and I skipped out on that area. Whoops. I think there might be like one item that I may have missed as a result. So I've got to check, because I am me. And I am paranoid and a completionist, which is an absolute nightmare every day. Every day of playing this is an absolute nightmare. Because when you have games that are not designed for completionists, ooh boy. Especially whenever they have lots of things to complete. Nothing there, and nothing there. So there was, in fact, nothing at all. It's both frustrating, but also at the same time like, good, I verified that there was nothing there, so it feels good. Now this motherfucker. Alright, bitch. Jump attack. Oh, that's undefeatable! That's bullshit, dude! Oh, I'm gonna get... Oh my god! What the jumping... Oh! Did you see that? He did a jumping attack. I know, right? He wouldn't jump attack me. Oh my, he did it to me too! Nerf it! Oh, fuck! Dude! Alright. Let's see. Let's send this back up. We don't actually need it. Crack crystal. It feels good, actually. Yes. This is the area. This is the problem area. I remember now. I remember everything. What a pretty dress. Okay, good. That killed both of them at the same time. Alright. Now for these two gentlemen, which are going to be a big problem, let's just go ahead and... Good. Okay. Now I won't have to use it for this one. Come on. Jumping attack! Why did it... Cuckoo Glintstone. Okay. I don't know why it alerted me to that one. Lump, so it's a bigger version of these other ones. Lump or broken glintstone and wreath of magic power. A faux sorcery used by the notes of the cuckoo. Launch straight ahead using FP, magic bolt springs forth from the point of impact. So this, I remember these are like, the sorcerer wouldn't bother giving this a second look. But this one's like, a sorcerer might look at it twice. Give it 2 looks. Goodness. Sure. I don't think there's anything else in here. Smithing Stone 1, really? Aren't we beyond that video game? God, the fact that they actually have a smithing... They have smithing stone... They actually bother placing them still. There's 25 of them. 25... Like, I know there's not... Let's see, how many were there? In total... 2 each? I think it was 2 each. Yeah, there's still 13. 13 levels of them. The final one also being one. Yeah, let me be careful about this. God, it's so complicated. Jumping attack. If you're very careful, you won't alert them that way. And this one's more complicated. Because if you don't kill this guy very, very quickly... Ah, good. I'm doing obscene amounts of damage for some reason. Jumping attack. Haha! Did it fast enough that he couldn't do a spaz attack. Marionette soldier helm and armor. Nice. Alright. I can read that off real fast. Cylindrical helm of plate metal reinforced with a lattice. Worn by marionette soldiers, crafted to serve the sorcerers. Okay. It doesn't really look like something that was made by sorcerers, but whatever. The construction of this helm is remarkably crude. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is something that looks like it was made by sorcerers, if they don't know what they're doing. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. That's true. Okay. What about the armor? Armor of metal bands arranged in a lattice. And I guess there's nothing inside of them to protect. But that raises the question, how do they work? Because if there's nothing inside of these things because they're puppets, then exactly how do you destroy them? Do you just separate the body parts from one another? But if that was the case, wouldn't you want to make them not look like people and just be like big, like 2001 Space Odyssey looking... Space Odyssey? 2001, sorry. Just 2001 monolith structures that just sort of float around, creating havoc. And maybe it has like one big muscly arm, big Trogdor arm. Anyway, sorry. The construction of this armor is remarkably crude, now rusted over and severely dented. Yeah, I guess that is what that is. I thought it just looked like a cute little skirt. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. Okay. I got everything. No, I did not. I did not. What is in the chest? Oh, what's in the chest? Crystal knife. Alright, let's look at the crystal knife. Crystal knife. A knife made by sharpening hard crystal. Yeah, alright. Signature weapon of glintstone miners. Used as a tool to extract glintstone from broken rock, and as such, a faint magic enwreaths the blade. So again, glintstone associated with magic. Good to know. Wow. Hold on. No, stop fucking around, camera. Wow, I got that guy a little too hard. That is rough. Also, I will point out that I think she introduces herself as Rena, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone in my life refer to her as Rena. Her actual name is Ronnie. Like that's her secret identity. My name was actually Ronnie the whole time. We only met you once for like 30 seconds. Why would anyone remember that? Anyways, Ronnie. Her weird puppet body that she has does look a lot like this. And she is associated with sorcerers, so probably has some sort of connection to the academy. If I had to guess, probably her body was built by them, or she has knowledge that allowed herself to build herself, maybe. She's just started as a ghost and just like, I need a body. I need a hot body. And then just built herself. Why am I here? Oh, they're under me, right? This is a longer section than I remember. Yeah, these dickheads. Let me just... Because this one has a lot of health. Yeah, there's another one down here. There, got that asshole. Now I don't have to worry about that. Shatter Earth, alright. No, oh, motherfucker. You know what you need? Jumping attack. Don't you come over here. I'm trying to read. It's rude to interrupt people when you're trying to read. Okay. Shatter Earth. Where is the Shatter Earth? One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It's down here for some reason. Imbues the ferrule of the caster's staff with magic, then thrusts it into the ground to create a magical shockwave. Allows one follow-up attack if you've been a good boy. A stone digger sorcery used by the glintstone miners of the Crystal Tunnel. Okay, there you go. There's your explanation. They're really that accomplished? Alright, good for them. At the Academy, use of the sorcery was a stigma that marked out failed scholars. Oh, well, they are such fucking tight asses about everything. Oh, you know a magic spell? You must be a loser. Then again, it says use of the sorcery, not necessarily that you know how to do it. Oh, you're gonna use something that miners use? Loser. He's mining rocks. What's cool? Rock miner. This guy's mining rocks, guys. No, I'm not. I don't enjoy the exciting world of geology. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I outed myself. I love geology. Fuck, I did it again. Cracked crystal. Smithing stone 2 and 3. I really don't... Every time I pick up these smithing stones, I really don't like this system that they've created. Where they are just hand-placing. Like, there's a finite amount of them everywhere in the world because they desperately want you to be able to upgrade, like, 2 things maximum. It sucks. I know I've harped on about that. God damn, it sucks ass. What a horrible system. Where you're discouraged from trying anything. And heaven forbid you make a mistake. Like you decide you like one thing, or you're not going to find anything else, and then suddenly you find something else, but you've already dumped all your materials into something. It's terrible. What a bad system. You can't even really farm things reliably in a way to fix it either. Like in all the games, at least, like there's a few basic enemies where like, oh yeah, I can farm those out pretty well. So it's not that big of a deal. Somber Smithing Stone 3. I hope there was nothing up there in that one. Let's just assume that there wasn't. Are you serious? I cannot believe that it missed that one. I guess I should have rolled on that one too. But the ledge was just pixely enough. Don't you fucking lock up on me. It was just pixely enough. Yeah, I've already activated that. May as well kill this guy too. At least the only thing that I'm actually dying to is like falling death. I'm gonna run through most of this. Grab a few of these on the way though. A few of these little treats just for me. Oh shit, yeah. I didn't get that. Oh, that's super dangerous though. Tell you what. I'll grab my stack before I do that, because that's bait. That's fate bait. Like fate is like, you wanna grab this before you go down and do all that other stuff, right? It's right here. Just do it real fast. Just do this incredibly dangerous platforming section. What could happen? What could happen? Okay, let's try to grab this guy as he's popping out. Are you fucking kidding me? Can't believe he missed that. Did it bounce on the wall? Motherfucker. No. Stop doing that. Hate it whenever they start rapid firing like that. I really don't like the puppet enemies for that reason. Like, in concept, I really like them. They're neat little enemies, and I do like that they do spaz out like they do. It really sells the whole idea that they're artificial. But the thing I don't like about them is that they're just like DPS machines. They're like DPS suicide bombs. And they design them that way. Like, they pop out of, like this guy, he's scripted to just walk out here so that whenever you're coming down here, he's like right on top of you as soon as you intersect where he is right here. Unless you're like sprinting as soon as you see that the area is open, which not many people are going to do their first time through. And these guys are also designed so that if you're fighting that guy, and you put your back up against them, here's two more that drop down. And even if you don't have that happen, and you go through this area, you might not see them. So they drop down behind you, and there's two of them. And they'll just pepper you with bow shots. And I think this one is actually a sword one, so he'll get up in your face, while the other one pelts you with arrows. Same thing over here. There's one that they mounted right here, so it would pop up behind you as you go over here to try to sneak attack one of these guys. And even if you sneak attack one of those guys, it may not die in one hit, because your weapon isn't quite strong enough. Like, they designed these guys specifically to try their best to drain health from you in the cheapest, most asshole way possible. Yep. That's how FromSoft do. No, I know you're here. You cannot fool me. I'm gonna run past all the rest of you, though. Motherfucker, look at that shit. Can you believe that? Like, I was racing down that tunnel, and you could see his fucking floating eyeballs floating into the camera the whole way through. Just desperately trying to get over here to where he could push me off this ledge. Fuck you too, FromSoft. Fuck you too. Love you. Go to hell. Love you. Okay. Let's very carefully jump over here first to be absolutely sure there is no item. There is not. Alright, retrieve my stupid runes. Roll this time. Roll again. Alright. And I guess if I beat this guy real fast. I can't remember what this is. Video game, do not lock up. What is this? I'm sure it'll be nothing. What could it be? What could it be that's that dangerous? Something hilarious? Oh wait, it actually is just this guy. This guy actually is kind of easy. Oh, well that's cool. Thanks for dodging out of the way of my attack. That's super rad. Wow, that did nothing. Okay, yeah, that does absolutely fucking nothing to him. Alright, let's just try good old holy text then. That does nothing! Thanks for knocking him out of that. Really cool. Ah, charged R2s. Jumping R2s, that's where it's at. No, no, no. This is actually a fairly easy enemy. But remember, I haven't upgraded anything, really. So my damage is a little bit out of whack. There we go. Whoa! Ugh. Kinda got a little bit of crystalline all over me. Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing. What a name. Alright. What was the lore of him being in? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Who cares? Who cares in this day and age? This crazy topsy-turvy world. Where would it be? Where would it be? Where do you be, my lovely? Where do you be? Nowhere around here, certainly. Sleep. Shackle. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh, I hate having to deal with this. Like, I'm probably passing it and I don't realize it. Ball bearings. It would have to be here. Why would it be anywhere else? There at the. How could I not see it the first time? Whatever. Blind ass, 39-year-old stupid motherfucker. Can't see shit. Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing number 1. The bell bearing of a miner who once dug for smithing stone. Wow, there's some more. Offered to the Twin Maiden House around the table with access to the following items. You can tell that this was definitely an afterthought. It's just, there was once a miner who mined, buy the shit. Can do, mister. Okay, wow, I'm really in there. Alright, don't need you anymore. Ah, I freed up one slot. Excellent. And I missed something. What was it that I missed? I was commenting on it. The item that will get me killed. That's what I missed. Let me actually put on my Great Rune first. That I will never use, actually. Then level up another time. What should it be now? What did I decide that my eventual stats would be? It's going to be like 58 vigor. I'll probably leave mind where it is. I might have to bring it up. But I'm planning on 58 vigor, mind 25, that's done. Endurance eventually would be 20. Strength needs to be 18. I'll probably level up strength. Dexterity 20. Intelligence 0. And faith would be 70. And that'll bring me up to 148. So I'll have 2 flex if I'm trying to max out at 150. When the SL meta is 150, that means it's actually 155. Am I right? Okay, but yeah. Probably strength, because strength is probably the most annoying. But once I have 18, I will be able to add plus 5 to that to be able to get myself up to 23, which will allow me to actually meet the requirements for anything up to 34 strength, which is pretty good. But that's going to require me to actually go to Caelid, so it's going to be a while either way. That also does raise... Either one of these actually raises my armament up. I'm kind of tempted dexterity just to, just to get it to 20. Just because it's a nice round number. But I'll go with strength, I guess. Yeah, 18. That'll do. That's not too far off, I guess. I've already leveled it up twice. I really don't like the idea of having to level up strength and dexterity that much whenever I'm going for a pure faith build, but at the same time, it does work, it does work. Okay, well, that's that. Now I am free to actually upgrade things in a way that is conducive with the way that I actually play this game. Unfortunately, and this is a big unfortunately, the next level, which will be smithing stone 3s and 4s, are way over here. Like right smack dab right there. In a mine that's in the middle of a lake that's up in the Atlas Plateau. So I'm not going to have access to that for the entirety of this. And also for the entirety of all this stuff that you can't see yet. And also, probably, the entirety of all the underground stuff that I haven't even done yet. The upgrade progression in this video game is awful. Maybe if I actually go up to Atlas Plateau. No, because then I still have to go to Caelid. I don't know. I'll worry about it later. This all sucks. The whole thing sucks. But the other thing that I need to do is actually head over to this area and grab that so I can continue that plot line. But there's also all sorts of other plot lines that I need to continue. I think one of them actually is going to involve me having to go underneath all this, because this is not a cave, but you like go under it because this entire area is like lifted up off the ground. It's very strange. And then I can get to a village that's under here, which is like right around this area. And there's a couple of things to do there, like rolling into a pot, because the pot is actually a human being, I think. Something I've never done. But I know that it exists in some incredibly vague capacity. So we'll just leave it all from there. So we'll just watch Rajay die. And he doesn't look good. His diaper's getting mighty full. So I hope you enjoyed this amended... Oh my god, it's an hour and 40 minutes almost? That means it's going to be almost another 4-hour video. Whatever, I'm sure you're happy about it. Remember when I said this was going to be fast? Whatever. Okay, well, I could release this as 2 parts, I guess. Or should I? Oh, no, I'll figure it out later. Okay. See you guys next time. Goodbye. Fuck. But wait, I forgot. I didn't actually go pick up that stupid item. So let's run over here and do that real fast so I can fold towels and finally go to bed. Just run past this gentleman. He didn't see us. No need to worry about that. There's no way that... Surely I won't die in the process of doing this and need to do this twice or anything like that. That's definitely not something that would happen. Even though this is probably... maybe the worst platforming section in the entire game. Probably the worst possible one to do. Didn't see that. I'm kind of killing these guys just for the peace of mind. That guy's not showing up. For the peace of mind and not having to listen to anything in the process of doing this. You don't need the crouch, but for some reason crouching feels like it's safer. So this part is fine. That part is nightmare. This is the reason why I wanted to show this. If you jump at a diagonal, it's a little bit safer. Whoop. Although it has that same problem of not having enough room to run without accidentally backstepping. Squeeze my face into the camera for a moment. Smithing stone 3. And I'll just jump over... Alright. Maybe if I... Nope, not fast enough. Very cool. Yep, definitely. It's nice to be back in the boss room, though, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that would definitely never happen. Let's just, I'm very tired. Let's just... Let's just thank the unseen FromSoft masters that rule us all. Okay, let's do this again. Maybe I'll just use this take. Nah, you want to see that. You want to see the good stuff, don't you? Yeah. I'll just do it again real fast. What a great ending. I love this. I love everything about it. This is the only guy that'll actually attack you, so you only need to kill him. As I recall, this item is not really even worth the bother of even showcasing this. But I'm sure that it just brightens your day to watch me with my incredible spontaneity and charming spirit, gather the last item in this area. You thought I was going to mess up, didn't you? Alright, this time I'll run, and there we go. Summer Smithing Stone, thank God. Alright, now we'll just go back. Alright. Aha, but now this time... I was just fast enough. You didn't think I would be, but I am. This is a Souls-type game. You have to get really good at doing that. I'm still not, but you have to. You must. That is, isn't it said that it's an essential skill? There we go. That it's an essential skill in this game. In these games, that you have to learn how to quit out to avoid bullshit. Truly amazing. Okay, now I am done. Please let me go, FromSoft. Thank you. Finally. Goodbye.